Test, test. Sibilance. Hello?
We can hear you.
Thank you, sorry.
Can you hear me as well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's 1 p.m. on August 27th. I'm Eric Blank, and this is the Commissioner's hearing onto the company's distribution system plan. Any preliminary matters, or are we ready to get back into the questioning of Ms. McDermott? Mr. Barroso.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. There had been some earlier discussion about calling AVPP witnesses out of time on Thursday and wanted to check in if the Commission has any updated thinking on that or how we should be advising our witnesses about tomorrow and the rest of the hearing.
Commissioner Plant, do you have any guidance for us? Ms. Dundas? Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, and from my perspective, I'm actually pretty good with the settlement on the VPP in terms of a number of the issues that were brought up from the various different parties that I wanted to dive deeper into. So I'm pretty good. Not sure where you guys are.
So I guess it sounds like Commissioner Plant, you would be okay if we just take the issues in the just go through the witness list in the order we're at.
Yeah, I don't have anything special for the people that were just on the VPP.
Okay. Commissioner Gilman, would it work for you to just keep going through the cross-examination matrix in the order the witnesses appear there?
Yeah, I've got no issue. I do recall like one of our decisions, which feels like a million years ago, when we consolidated was maybe about making like some dedicated hearing time. So I just want to make sure we're all good there. But like I have no issue taking everyone in the order they're on the matrix, but would be respectful of if parties want us to do something different, I think, given that communication before.
Yep, fair enough. Ms. Dundas, comments?
Thanks, Chair. I think that the motivation behind bringing the VPP witnesses starting tomorrow morning was both Commissioner Plan availability and then the parties that were most interested in VPP not having to sit through next week as well. So I'm fine either way you go. I think we'll still be respectful of the decisions you've put out here. But I don't know if you could perhaps ask the parties, Chair.
Yeah, well, I will. Mr. Hyatt, do you have something on this or something different?
Something different, some cross waivers. I can raise those later if you prefer.
We like cross waivers, but we'll get there in a sec. Does anybody else have any guidance or requests for us? It sounds like from the Commission perspective, we're happy to go through the witness list in the order it's presented, but I think as Commissioner Gilman said, we want to be respectful to parties who have a more narrow set of issues. So I just open it up, Ms. Kutzer.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I came on camera just to support the approach that the Commission's put forward. I think when ACE originally flagged wanting to make sure that we had adequate time for the VPP issues, it was under the assumption that those would be fully litigated. Since we're in a settlement posture, I think it makes sense to pivot. So just wanted to add that feedback since Commissioner Gilman asked. So thank you.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, and you're very
I know, I'll work on it. I don't know what's going on. In the dark.
I can't read your body language. It's a little unsettling. So you're okay if we just go down the cross-examination matrices? Am I understanding your comments right?
Correct. We're okay with that approach.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment? All right. So we'll just keep working our way down the cross-examination matrix. That makes sense to me. Mr. Hyatt.
Yes, thank you. Just want to let you know, SWEEP and NRDC are going to waive its cross-examination of company witnesses Mino and Paquet.
That may be it for you, Mr. Hyatt.
I'll still be here watching, but yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you for the heads up. Any other preliminary matters before we jump back to Ms. McDermott? All right, is Ms. McDermott there? Welcome back, Ms. McDermott. Do you understand you're still under oath as of yesterday?
I do.
All right, Mr. Witterstein, it's 1:06 and I got 30 minutes for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. McDermott. Can you see and hear me all right?
I can. Can you one more time pronounce your last name for me?
Sure. Wittershine.
Wittershine. Okay, thank you very much.
Nice to meet you. My
Nice
name
to
is
meet
Patrick
you.
Wittershine. I'm an attorney for the Utility Consumer Advocate. Thanks for joining us today. Now, I just have a few questions. I'd like to get started with Mr. Conidena's budget reduction proposals on behalf of the UCA. Now, Ms. McDermott, you testified that the reductions Mr. Conidena proposed are arbitrary, correct?
Yes, I believe so. And I think that was in my rebuttal testimony. But do you have that exact
I could pull it up
response?
if you want. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 123 at page 11, line 11?
I have it in front of me. You can just tell me the
Okay.
page. That's fine.
So that's at page 11, line 11, Ms. McDermott.
Yes, I got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And would it surprise you to hear that Merriam-Webster's dictionary offers one definition of arbitrary as based on or determined by individual preference or convenience rather than by necessity or the intrinsic nature of something?
Would it surprise me of the definition of arbitrary?
Yes. The specific definition I just read.
No, if that's what the dictionary says.
And that's the definition of arbitrary that you intended to communicate in your testimony on Mr. Conidena's recommendations, correct?
Yeah, can you repeat what you just said the dictionary said?
Sure. Based on or determined by individual preference or convenience rather than by necessity or the intrinsic nature of something.
Yes.
And Ms. McDermott, you're aware that Mr. Conidena explained the reasoning behind his budget reduction recommendations in his answer testimony, correct?
Sarge! Sarge!
Can we mute the what's listed as the iPhone on this thing? Do we have that power?
Yeah, I just muted it.
All right. Thanks. Keep going. Apologies for the interruption.
Can you
Thank
repeat the question? Sorry.
I can. Yes, thank you, Ms. McDermott. You're aware that Mr. Conidena explained the reasoning behind his budget reduction recommendations in his answer testimony, correct?
I have not read his answer testimony for a few days, so I can't recall everything that he said in there. So maybe give me an example of what you're trying to.
Sure. Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 602 at page 115? And can we please go to line 10 so that we can see the top part of page 116 too? That's perfect. Thank you. Ms. McDermott, can you please review this Q&A starting on line 10? Can you see here that Mr. Conidena explains that he arrived at a 15% overall reduction for the asset health and reliability category of investments based on targeted reductions across 5 subcategories. Is that correct?
I can see that he wrote that, yes.
Okay. And starting on the first line in the next page, you see his testimony that each recommendation is based on specific factors such as overlapping contingencies, improved material standards, and lack of performance justification. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Can we please scroll up to figure 18? It's just a few lines before. Thank you. And Ms. McDermott, in figure 18, you can see UCA's budget reduction recommendations, right?
I can see those, yes.
And you can see UCA did not recommend reductions to every subcategory in the asset health and reliability budget.
I can see that, yes.
Okay, thank you. We can pull this down, please. Now, Ms. McDermott, I'd like to shift gears and talk about the company's 75% technical planning limit. Is that okay?
Okay.
So, Ms. McDermott, you testified that public service believes that matters of engineering judgment should be left to its engineering judgment. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
You also testified that the commission should not consider a technical planning limit above the company's proposed 75% utilization rate because the company's proposed limit is based on the actual design of the distribution system, correct?
Correct. I think that was also somewhere in my rebuttal, if I remember correctly.
Now, at a high level, the 75% planning limit that occurs when the demand on a feeder exceeds 75% of the device's continuous rating, correct?
Correct. Of the feeder,
Feeder's rating.
not substation transformer. Yes.
You testified that the company is not claiming that it cannot operate its system with components loaded above 75%, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledged in your testimony that the company already operates with multiple feeders above 75% and even above 100% of their ratings, correct?
I did. That's correct.
It's also fair to say that the company's decision to use a 75% threshold is based in part on uncertainty about where large distributed energy resources may cluster. Does that sound right?
I'm not sure in what context. Maybe you could point me
Can
to
we
where.
pull up hearing exhibit 104, Ms. McDermott's direct testimony?
Okay, I have that too, so in front of me.
We could pull it up so everyone can see, Ms. McDermott. Thank you. And could we go to page 43, lines 1 through 5? Can you see, starting on line 1, it says, while large DERs have clustered in the past, that clustering does not follow the same types of consumer adoption patterns that inform load series modeling for rooftop solar, BE, and EV adoption. This uncertainty is an additional reason for the company's decision to move towards a goal of having the distribution system loaded to 75%. Did I read that correctly?
Just a second, I'm going to read the entire question.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
So it's accurate to say that the company's decision to use the 75% threshold is based in part on uncertainty about where large distributed energy resources may cluster?
I think that's just another reason why the 75% makes sense.
So part of the problem is that loads here cannot model clustering of large DERs like community solar, correct?
Not exactly. Loads here can model clustering of large DERs. However, I believe I've written in my testimony, as well as Mr. Mino, that it's hard to predict where those large DERs are going to show up on the system because it's very like sporadic. There has to be land available and queue positions and an interconnection agreement. So that's why it's tough to model where they may end up, which is yeah. So
it's fair to say that the load tier model has limitations.
I don't think that's fair to say, no.
So that list of factors you just described are not limitations of the load tier model?
I think that I don't think that's a load steer limitation. I think if the company had insight into where developers, customers, others were going to start cite large DER, and we could be for sure about those and guarantee which years they would come into service, we could certainly put that into load steer as a future state. We just don't have that information today, which is one thing that we're trying to work on. I don't think that's a limitation of load steer. I just think it's something that's out there that we need to improve on.
So, due to uncertainties associated with load steer, the company applied a blanket 75% limit as a conservative trigger for upgrades across the system. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, Ms. McDermott, the 75% limit, it's not a technical operating limit, but rather a planning threshold chosen by the company, correct?
It's an integrated planning threshold chosen by the company to strive to load our feeders at 75% utilization while still allowing load and or DERs to connect past that. But we trigger a project then for our future budget need, assuming that we'll eventually get to 100% and eventually need that project. Also, the 75% is for our design of 3 switches, at minimum 3 switches if possible, at every feeder location to switch 25% of every feeder to an adjacent feeder for N-1 contingencies, and therefore loading the substation transformer at coincident peak at 100%.
So that's why you testified that the threshold is justified because a different value would be inconsistent with the company's integrated design approach and sound engineering principles. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
But your testimony doesn't refer to any published engineering standard, National Electrical Safety Code, or commission rule that requires 75% as a planning threshold, does it?
Subject to check, I believe we explained our 75% utilization in our plan doc. And I don't have the exact page, but could probably find that if you want me to look.
It's okay, thank you. So the 75% value, that's based on the company's internal engineering judgment. Does that sound right?
Yes, our engineering judgment as well as operating the system.
And the company's engineering judgment, it's not empirically validated through benchmarking, testing, or reliability data, is it?
I don't know that to be true. We have benchmarked with other utilities, excuse me, on the 75% threshold. And I do believe there was an EPRI study releasing some information around that. It was either EPRI or NREL. I can't remember off the top of my head, that had varying types of utilization for their systems. And I'm not sure what else you said there. So if you want to repeat the question.
Okay, thanks. So in practice, the company's engineering judgment has permitted operation of distribution system components above 75% and even above 100% of their rating without immediate system failure, correct?
I'm going to answer this question in two parts. The system has continued to operate above that 75% threshold, and we do have emergency ratings that allow us for a short time period to go above that 100% threshold. However, your comment regarding no system failures, that is not true. We have had system failures because of overloads. And whether those system failures are cables failing, wires burning down, cutouts opening, breakers opening, or transformer failures because of overloads, those happen and are real.
Ms. McDermott, it's accurate to say that there's no statute, commission rule, or industry-wide standard that requires public service to use the 75% planning limit, correct?
Well, I am not a lawyer, so I don't know about statute, but I'm not aware of any other rule that would require or not require us to do the right thing by our system and system components, and for N-1 purposes in terms of reliability.
So the 75% threshold, it's not an engineering necessity. It's a judgment call made by the company. Is that right?
I would say that the word necessity is maybe not valid in this context, but when our entire system is built off of utilization of 75%, allowing loads to go up to 100% and even over for a short period of time in emergency situations, as well as N-1 conditions. I think that is pretty sound engineering judgment and design. And so it's not a statute, it's not a commission rule, but we have to have some design for our system. Otherwise, it turns, otherwise it just doesn't make sense. You have to have a standard to design to.
Ms. McDermott, you testified that it is not appropriate to modify the company's engineering standards through a planning proceeding. Does that sound familiar?
That sounds familiar, but maybe you could point me in that direction as well.
Sure, that's hearing exhibit 112 at page 33. Line 4 through 5. So that's your position. It's not appropriate to modify the company's engineering standards through a planning proceeding.
Can you ask that question again? I just finally read the whole paragraph. Apologize.
That's your position, that it is not appropriate to modify the company's engineering standards through a planning proceeding? And this is just a yes or no.
Yeah, I still agree with what I wrote in my, I think this is my supplemental direct testimony, that it's not appropriate to modify it here, because modifying one thing turns into a domino effect and could quite honestly increase costs.
Now, Ms. McDermott, the commission routinely reviews, approves, or modifies company planning assumptions when those assumptions drive hundreds of millions of dollars in capital investment, doesn't it?
Just to clarify, are you referring to other planning or capacity limits, such as the ERPs or IRPs or transmission plans? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, anything from your experience.
So from my
Well,
experience,
Ms. McDermott, yes or no, would you agree with me? The commission routinely reviews, approves, or modifies company planning assumptions.
I think the commission has the right and the authority to do so. However, when doing so, the record should be very clear, and the modifications to such planning criteria should also reflect, if it changes, what those consequences of changing those are. So on the distribution system, changing a planning criteria is much more complex.
Ms. McDermott, it's accurate to say that hundreds of millions of dollars in proposed capital spending is tied to distribution system upgrades triggered by the company's 75% technical planning limit, right?
No, I would not agree with that statement, and I would not say that that's accurate. Not all the money that we have put forward in this plan is tied to 75%. Some of it is tied to over 100%, as well as N-1 conditions to improve reliability. And also other hundreds of millions are tied to asset health, reliability, new business, and mandates. So I do not agree with that statement as you said it.
Thank you, Ms. McDermott. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Witterstein. Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. McDermott.
Good afternoon.
Few different areas of questions for you today.
Okay.
So first, and a few are follow-ups to my conversation with Mr. Pollock, so they'll probably sound familiar if you were listening. So one is around transmission expenses, and to my understanding, there's no evidence in this record of the transmission level cost needed to energize the distribution substations the company is proposing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's accurate. We did not include any transmission costs as the name says, if you will, transmission lines.
Yep.
Yep.
Does the company have an estimate as to the cost to provide transmission or upgrade transmission to those distribution substations?
I would say yes and no. For some of our near-term projects, those that are in the 25, 26, probably 27, and maybe early 2028 projects, we either have high-level scoping estimates, or if the project is in 2026, it's probably already close to in construction, or an in-service date of 2026. So yes, we would have some of those costs from a transmission perspective.
Okay. So what sort of, I know in the distribution system, you work on about a 5-year capital planning horizon to plan work. It sounds like you're working on a much shorter timeline for transmission projects based on that in like the sub 3-year. Is that accurate? You don't plan out, 5 years on your assumed transmission needs for capital projects?
No, we do plan out 5 years or even 6 years for transmission. It's just that those projects that are further out aren't as far along in the engineering phase. We may have very high level indicative estimates, but not like, or like indicative meaning like desk side estimates. But we don't have exact ones yet because maybe some of those projects in years 5 or 6, like we don't exactly know where the substation is going yet or being placed or where we're going to buy land. And all of that depends on the transmission costs obviously depend on where we actually locate the substation. But as the project gets more mature, we have a location for a substation, then we can better estimate those transmission costs.
Okay. And as I understand it, those transmission costs are not like attached to their related distribution system projects, but are they anywhere in the record here to understand your transmission estimates that we're discussing?
After your questioning the other day, we went back and looked at, I don't think we have any transmission costs in this record. They would be in other records, like when we file a CPCN for a transmission line, or some of those reliability projects that we may be working on transmission with. So no, to answer your question, no, I don't think we have any of that in this record.
Would the company be able to provide any estimates that you do have, especially as it relates to transmission upstream of those distribution substations into this record?
I think we would. It just depends on the timing. So I would have to speak with council as well as my transmission colleagues to see how quickly, or if we could do that in a time frame that would be reasonable for you.
Okay, ideally we could follow up on that once Mr. Simser gets a hold of you. So yeah, I'd be curious, Mr. Simser, once you move along, if you have any proposal on how we could get cost estimates, especially for relevant transmission projects. That means relevant to specific distribution projects into this record, so we could better understand. That would be helpful. Ms. McDermott, a couple questions on undergrounding. When you talked with Mr. Schlesinger yesterday, I think I heard you say that 60% of public services system is undergrounded. Is that accurate?
Yes, I believe so. Approximately 60% of our entire system is underground.
Okay, is that of the distribution system, distribution and transmission? Help me understand what that number represents.
Just distribution only.
Okay, and is that like by mileage?
I believe so.
Okay. And is the undergrounding predominant in certain areas or kind of certain age areas of the system? Just trying to understand. It's honestly a significantly higher number than I expected or was aware of. So
yeah. I would say that's pretty hard to answer. I think it's all over, but obviously, we have pockets of, the Denver network is obviously underground in downtown Denver. New housing additions probably since, I'm guessing, 2000s or so, have underground, and then obviously underground services to their homes. Some cities or municipalities require us to go underground with anything new. So as the years have gone on, more and more of our system has been required to go underground. But I don't really have a sense of like, it's not only here, it's kind of as the cities and places have expanded, more and more has gotten to be underground, as well as, the 1% franchise undergrounding that's available to cities as well.
Okay. I'm curious, does the company track reliability metrics, especially specific to either feeders or areas that are predominantly undergrounded versus those that are above ground?
I am going to answer this question very high level. Yes, I believe that we do. However, I'm going to ask that you ask Ms. Block that question as well, as her team is the one who would do that calculation.
Okay. Yeah, and clearly, I just as a heads up, Ms. Black.
Yeah.
Do you track it? And
Yeah.
what are the results? I'm not clear if there are results. I'm not aware of any in this record, I guess I'll say.
I actually think, just to be helpful, maybe someone from my team, I believe I responded to a discovery request, or Ms. Block replied to a discovery request regarding this. So maybe we could get that for you as well, or we could reference that, or Ms. Block can reference that.
Okay, excellent. I'm happy to bring it back up with her.
Okay.
A couple questions on hosting capacity maps. Let's see. Yesterday, Ms. Stockmeyer showed a image of hosting capacity map that she had said was pulled from, I think, the day prior, so that would be Monday of this week. You know, I noticed in the top corner the data was actually dated from December 2024. So is that accurate that a map pulled this week would have December 2024 hosting capacity vintage information available?
I'm going from memory here, and I'll probably kick this question as well, but I believe that's the last time we did update our hosting capacity map, as we're moving from our Synergy tool to our SIME modeling tool. But I would also ask you to ask Mr. Mino that as well, just to verify.
Okay. And so what is with what frequency is the company supposed to be updating the hosting capacity map?
I have to get my bearings right here. I believe we're supposed to be doing it. Actually, I'd just be guessing, so I'm not going to answer it. I'm going to have Mr. Mino answer that as well. He knows this hosting capacity cadence better than I do.
Got it. I'll go to him. And he would better understand the use of the new tool and expectations going forward.
Our SIME tool, yes.
Okay, thank you. One other thing on hosting capacity maps, I was a little confused by one of your responses to IREC Council yesterday. To my recollection, you were asked if the company was reconsidering or would reconsider making hosting capacity maps available other than to parties specifically in this proceeding. And you talked about a highly confidential session and potentially Mr. Marion. So I just wanted to clarify, what was your answer to that question?
If the company, just to make sure I understand your question, if the company is considering something different?
Is reconsidering or would reconsider? Yes.
I think we're willing to discuss it and talk about how to do it in a very secure way. However, we also believe that the commission and parties need to understand the risks associated with that and what could possibly happen, which is why I said we could go into a highly confidential situation and we could explain that. And I think Mr. Marion's testimony is also good, as he speaks from a very good security perspective and what's going on throughout the nation and the threats that are there. And I would just like the commission and all parties to hear that as well. And being, I don't know how to say this, being like aware of everything that's happening.
Okay. And the company has detailed many of those concerns in their testimony already, correct?
We have detailed some of those, but we did not go into depth on, what someone who is a very bad actor could do and what it would do to either the distribution system and or other parts of our system if a bad actor did have a threat here in Colorado.
Okay. I have a couple questions on NWAs. In his answer testimony, Mr. Shea from Denver pointed out that your exclusion of any NWAs in the Denver network distribution system is in contravention of the broad definitions of DERs and NWAs in rules, in Rule 3527F and P, and that the thermal energy networks do not generate, thus posing no risk to the network area. So I'm curious why then should projects like thermal energy networks that could offset much greater load, say if steam customers convert instead to air source heat pumps or a more intense use of electricity, be excluded from consideration, especially in that geographic area.
Yeah, and I'll ask you to ask Mr. Mino this question as well, but I'll answer at a high level. When we said that we don't accept NWAs on our network system, we were referring to traditional bids that we've seen across the industry, meaning PV, batteries, some things like that. We're not referring to, or I don't think we're referring to the thermal energy network, as that isn't directly connected to the electrical system, if you will, or to the network system. It would just be offsetting load. And I think a thermal energy network, or the thermal energy network, could actually be bid into an NWA if an NWA RFP went out for the network.
Right, but an NWA is not allowed to even be considered in that area, right? So I'm unclear how it would get bid into something that doesn't exist.
Well, from the NWAs that we've done, haven't been on the network never mind. Now I see. You're saying we screen them out at
Correct.
the beginning. Okay.
There's no opportunity to make that way in, from my understanding.
Now I'm following you. Okay, apologize. Yeah, that is a good point. I don't know that we've seen a need, but to your point, we do screen them out. So I think that's a possible, maybe that's, traditional NWAs could be something that we're thinking about. And then we do like another screening of NWAs that are possible on the network and what technologies we could consider for that. Maybe that's something, to your point, since we automatically screen them out, we could do it a little bit differently.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it sounds to me like thermal energy networks don't have the particular features that you're the most concerned about, yet they're kind of swept up in this bucket of things that's not even considered.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Very good point.
Okay. Has the company considered whether its demonstration project with NCORD could be expanded to evaluate cost trade-offs of various transition paths for the current steam customers? Also talking Denver centric here. So just curious if you considered that as a potential use of the NCORD partnership.
I don't think we're far enough along in our partnership yet to know if we can do that. But to your point, I think if possible, and if their software allows us to do that, we could certainly consider that as a region that we're going to study.
Okay. So, and I guess like expanding on our discussion, it sounds like your aversion to NWAs on the network system is with regard to generation. So thermal energy networks is a pretty obvious example, but there could be other load offsetting technologies rather than generation technologies. Would those fall in the same bucket, like in terms of our discussion with trying to figure out how those could still be analyzed versus one big sweeping screen?
Yeah, you mean things like demand response or something like targeted, load shed or something.
Yeah, anything that could modify load that's maybe not, if generation or backfeed is the concern, there
Yeah.
are still a slew of load modifying behaviors or technologies that don't backfeed or generate.
Yep, those are good points. I think we could do just maybe if one of our network areas was a candidate for NWAs, maybe we could modify our RFP to only accept certain kinds of technology, if that was if that's acceptable. And then yeah, we could certainly do that.
Okay. I wanted to talk about a couple of the budget line items, and I think Mr. Pollock pointed me to you. So this is from ZDP 1, which is the plan, and Ms. Crane, it's hearing exhibit 103, ZDP 1. We don't need a confidential version, public version's fine. And on page 96, you the company has two tables there with budgets. The first with regard to asset health and reliability type expenditures, and then table 10 is the second on that page is with regard to capacity budgets. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Ms. Green, if you have a chance to pull it up, that's great. Otherwise, no worries, we'll talk. Oh, perfect. Page 96. So I just wanted to make sure I have a firm understanding of some of these line items here, especially under the asset health and reliability budget. So looking at the line asset renewal programs almost halfway down, this is essentially replacement of feeders at the end of their life. Is that correct? And potentially adding some reclosers?
Yes, with a slight tweak to what you said. It's not necessarily just feeders. It could be taps as well.
Okay.
As well as some secondary, pardon me, some secondary on those taps.
Okay, got it. Oh, sorry, I might sneeze. And then if one of those projects also resulted in additional capacity, what would determine from your perspective if it gets booked in table 9, which deals with the asset health and reliability, calling it one thing, versus getting booked in table 10 with regard to capacity expansion?
Yep. So it's the main driver of why we're doing it. Are we replacing that overhead tap or feeder because the wire is annealing and it has too many splices in it, and we're going back to replace it so it's good for the next 50, 60 years? Or are we upgrading that wire due to capacity? So it's the purpose of why we're doing it, as well as what project drives the in-service date of that work to be done. Do we need to upgrade it for a capacity reason for a certain customer coming, and therefore it goes under the capacity bucket, if you will? Or are we upgrading it for reliability purposes, and we need that before a potential customer goes in, and then it goes to the asset health budget?
Okay, that's helpful. And looking at the targeted undergrounding line as well, I'm just curious the proportion of those projects that you anticipate upgrading capacity versus not.
On the targeted undergrounding?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that is a very tricky question on the surface to answer, but I'll try. And I say that because there's so many different versions of what we could do. We could target undergrounding for a feeder, and we would replace the feeder and go underground, or we could upgrade the tap, and then customers, overhead services from their pole to the house, and underground those as well. And each time we would do that, we would use our standard either overhead or underground cable that is either equivalent to the overhead, or those project managers and the like who are running that program would reach out to planners and say, do you have any projects in this area? And do you think we should use a larger size wire or not? And so they do coordinate those projects from a targeted undergrounding perspective.
Okay. And just to confirm, projects will only fall in one bucket or the other, right? Like you're not splitting the cost for the proportion by which it's caused, right?
That's correct. There's no really physical way to do that. That's why I said we choose it by what project in service date is really driving that work.
Understood. Thanks. And
Yep.
then with regard to the undergrounding, it's my understanding this is to a large degree weather driven, like where the company sees weather risks, especially wind or something that would cause like different reliability concerns. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think it's twofold, and I'll also let Ms. Block answer this as well, but at a high level, it is due to weather impacts, and then obviously the customer, how do I say this? The customer experience during those weather-related incidents that are happening.
Okay. And how do you determine, I mean, that feels like just a slight shade different than undergrounding that would happen under the wildfire mitigation plan potentially. So are these the ones that were just not making the cut next in the wildfire mitigation plan? Or what determines when undergrounding is kind of quote unquote caused by the wildfire mitigation versus this weather impacts, which like sounds somewhat similar in circumstances.
Yep, I will answer, but I will let Ms. Block expand on this for you. This targeted underground dollar amount in this budget here is outside those wildfire tier 1 or tier 2 and tier 3 zones. So it's not associated with wildfire. And that's how it would be determined based on the customer experience of undergrounding those lines. But I would want you to verify all of that with Ms. Block.
Okay. And then let's see. Sorry, just looking at my other some other questions here. So is the company able, so a project that's primarily caused by kind of not meeting the 75% planning threshold would appear in table 10 almost definitively, or?
No, not necessarily. So we would show a risk that there is a risk, meaning this feeder or this feeder.
Oh, I mean if it shows up at all. Sorry, I don't mean you're funding every project.
Okay.
75. If it shows up at all, it is showing up in the capacity budget.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood your question.
Yeah, no, I realized I said it poorly, which could be, I'm not confused about the first part. And so curious, in looking at those capacity budgets in table 10, a little further down on the page, is there any way to understand the portion of this budget that's driven specifically by that capacity need to hit the 75% planning threshold versus other potential purposes for the project?
Yes, in the grid needs assessment, we parse out our mitigation for the project, so the high level dollar value. And then we list under that all the risks that we're solving for that. So they may be risks that are, the feeder is 110% overloaded, the substation transformer bank is, overloaded, and there's 3 N-1s that we're solving. So it does say in the grid needs assessment, everything that we're trying to solve for.
Right, it kind of lists the purposes, but I don't understand it to have any financial breakdown of the cost of the project. Like it's just one cost, right? So we don't
Right.
understand the discrete cost to just hit the 75% planning threshold.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. No, there wouldn't be anything that we have to hit that. That I can think of. Trying to think.
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
I don't think we have it in the way you want to see it. No, I don't think so. But
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, we can move on. I just wanted to go over some of the current capacity constraints, and this is more or less the last area I have to ask you questions on. So within the plan document, the same thing we have up on page 65, the company identifies a more than tripling of the number of identified distribution risks. It's just a little further down on that page, it's in text, but and then on page 66 goes on to list two factors. One, load modifying impacts of new loads, and the second, implementation of an updated technical load planning standard of reducing utilization of feeders at or below 75% of the continuous rating. Do you agree with all that? All that's in there?
I think so. I have it up here too. So let me just quickly read this if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it. That text starts with the two factors I just mentioned.
Get myself familiar with this 200+ page document again.
It's really just the first two sentences there, which lays out the two factors with regard to the increasing.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, all right, great. So related to that first risk, the new loads that you referenced, I believe it uses the word forecasted. So as I understand, those are forecasted modifications to load coming, not like changes to load that have been actually observed yet.
I believe so, but you may want to ask Mr. Mino this question.
Okay, and I can follow up with them on it. And a related question, I'm just curious, over the past 2 years or so, has the company experienced a significant escalation in the growth rate of capacity needs on the distribution system prior to the growth rate before that?
Yes, I would say we're getting asked to like our normal load is we're being asked to increase it, meaning like, I don't know, 5 years ago, customers were coming in requesting 1 megawatt of load, and now they're requesting 5 or 6 with their ramp schedules, or even a 10 megawatt load with their ramp schedule of I need 2 megawatts in this year, and then over the course of the next 2 years I need up to 10 megawatts. So we are seeing not just more applications, but larger load requests coming on to our system, quite honestly, everywhere, not just in one pocket of the system.
Are those primarily commercial or residential as well, just so I understand?
Most of those are small commercial or commercial type customers, but we are seeing a lot of housing developments and all of that come in. Some of them already know that they're going all electric, and some developers of those housing units have told us that they do offer their homes to already be built with 1 or 2 to accept EVs as well. Now that's all always up to the homeowner, they say, when they sign the application, if they want to install those right when they're building their house. But yes, all of those home builders are offering that. And I'm speaking generally. Some home builders maybe just put 1 in anyway, because that's what they're seeing from their clientele. But that's generally what we're seeing.
Okay. And is there any like available data in this record or otherwise to help understand the already actualized impacts on peak capacity on the distribution system?
You mean like where does the system just sit today?
I mean, even just like, you know, we've got certainly this percentage of feeders and banks that are overloaded, but that
Right.
doesn't actually tell us a ton about the actual bulk change in distribution system needs in terms of like how many megawatts are we talking? Like, I don't know of a reference here in this record that helps to understand if the growth trajectory has actually changed already.
Oh, got it. I am certain that we probably have a graph or somewhere in here, we have something like that, but I can't think about that. I can't point you to where, so Mr. Mino, if you're listening and out there, make sure you have that ready for Commissioner Gilman.
This may be a Mr. Mino question too, but I'm curious, was the growth on the distribution system in terms of capacity needs over the last 2 years higher than was forecasted in 2023 DSP based on the forecasting requirements in the commission's rules around DSP forecasting?
I believe this one was higher, our forecasted amount, well, I know our forecast amount was higher. Are you asking about actuals or forecasted? I can't.
Actuals. Over the past 2 years, did the growth rates actually exceed the planning forecast that was required under DSP rules for the 2023 DSP?
I do not know if we've done that analysis, but if we have, Mr. Mino would know.
Okay. And then so as we look at this kind of tripling of identified risks from the prior DSP to this DSP, trying to understand, do you know how many of the risks identified were caused kind of by the implementation of the updated technical load planning standards specifically?
I do not. If anyone knows, it would be Mr. Mino. However, it may be tricky to kind of parse that out because at the same time, like our capacity check forecast, you know, when we have known applications and customers who've signed the application and are moving forward to build, they get lumped into that forecast. So it might be tricky to parse out just those that are caused by the 75% versus those that go above the 75% because of applications for service.
Okay. Okay.
But I understand the question that you're asking. I just don't know if we have an easy way to do that.
Okay. Can you tell me, you know, the company refers here to the 75% standard as an updated technical load planning standard. So can you tell me how it varies from the company's old standard?
You know, I think we've always had this 75% standard, and we've always strived to get there. And we just never effectuated it because the load growth that we had seen year over year was very, very steady, and it wasn't escalating. And now, in the past 2 or 3 years, we're just seeing load growth skyrocket, and we know that we can't keep up with it unless we were actually following, you know, getting back down to that 75%, being able to have switching capabilities, being able to actually use Flizzr as appropriate and all of those different things. So, as well as accommodate new customer load growth.
Okay, yeah, and you kind of anticipated my next question. I'm trying to reconcile a few statements in the record. One in which this is called the new updated standard, and the other which kind of responds that this standard has been in place for 20 years. Those seem to conflict each other.
Yeah.
So I guess it's my understanding from your testimony today that technically was the standard, but it wasn't followed until now.
I don't know that it wasn't followed. It was just, we could, I guess, allow the system to go up to 85, and we didn't see the load growth growing as quickly as it does today. I mean, one feeder today could be at 60%, and then next year we're already at 100% because so many customers and load growth has developed on those feeders. And then, when we get more applications in that same area, then we're having to tell customers, hold on just a second, we still want to serve you, but we got to build something new. And so we're really trying to be now, instead of having a standard and being reactive, we're actually trying to have that standard and being proactive.
Okay. Okay. And this is all while having used in 2023 DSP rule compliant forecast that assumed compliance with state policy goals.
Can you repeat that question again?
Yeah, the DSP rules require a forecast that's in compliance with state policy goals, so assume some electrification and the like.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, this is really all happening while using a forecast from the 2023 DSP that assumed compliance with the state policy goals?
Our 2023, are you talking about the forecast we put in this DSP?
No, from the 2023 DSP.
Okay, the DSP that we filed in 2022. Oh, but we settled it in 2023. Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how we got so far behind, seemingly all of the sudden.
Yeah, I believe, and subject to Dave Mino correcting me if I get way over my skis here. But I believe our 2022 DSP just had our base forecast in it. So our known load that was already on the system and our capacity check forecast. And we did not, and we forecasted very this area had been growing at 1%. So we'll just forecast 1%. And I do not believe we applied those state and state policy goals as we have in load SEER today.
Okay. As I look at your completeness filing, you filed a report from 2024 that showed that 21% of the total feeders were over 100% of their capacity, and another 258 were at 75% or more of their capacity. Does that sound approximately right?
Yeah, are you referring to that chart?
Let's see. It's honestly, it's presented a few times, but the completeness is hearing exhibit 109, and the feeders are on page 3. 109 attachment 5. The feeders are on page 3 and the banks are on page 4. Hearing exhibit 109 attachment 5.
I think it's the same thing as in my supplementary.
Yeah, I think this information repeats in at least a few places. Yeah.
Yep, I have it.
I found
here.
it with slightly different looks in a few places. So these are just the numbers, page 3, sorry, the screen. And I think the company said in their completeness filing that the 75% threshold is the continuous reading of the equipment. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And to confirm, is that a value that the manufacturer provides, or how do you come about the continuous reading of the equipment?
Yep, the manufacturer provides, it's the limiting factor on our feeder. So if the limiting factor is wire or cable, a voltage regulator, a breaker size, and we use the manufacturing's continuous rating.
Okay. And do you apply any other factors to that after the fact, or it's just straight up the manufacturer's data?
Today, we only use the continuous rating from the manufacturer.
Okay. And are there any temperature or weather adjustments that are made to the capacity value, especially if you consider the differential between if you expect equipment to peak in the hottest of days in the summer versus the coldest of days in the winter?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I heard you ask that yesterday. I think that's something that we're working on. We don't exactly do that today. We just use the continuous rating. But it is something that we're looking at moving forward, considering what you just said. On the hottest days of the year, is the continuous rating still appropriate? Or even in the winter, is the continuous rating, as we start to peak in the winter, going to be, should we be using the same or something different, and working with our manufacturers? So we are studying that and working on that as we're moving forward in terms of getting hotter in the summer, and moving our system moving from a summer peaking to more winter peaking all over. So we currently don't do that today, but that is something that we're working on. I don't know if we'll have it ready by the next DSP, but that is something that's on our radar.
Okay. And do you have a general sense as to the type of equipment, kind of looking at the spectrum of distribution system equipment, at the type of equipment to which the capacity would be influenced by ambient temperature at the peak capacity?
Yeah, I think transformers is probably our biggest item, just because they're oil filled, and that we would be first looking at. Not just our substation transformers, but also our load serving transformers, the ones that sit at your house. And, in the summer months, especially when we have 2, 3, 4, 5 days of 100-degree weather, like they don't have a chance to cool, which is what, manufacturers want. You want your equipment to cool at night so you can take on that peak during the next day. And if the weather patterns are changing so much that it's not cooling and allowing that equipment to cool, they may have to be rated differently. So we are working on some of that stuff.
Okay. And conversely, does that work the opposite, where if they're getting really cool because you're now peaking at the coldest time of year, not the hottest time of year, would that likely impact the manufacturer rating that you're using to determine this continuous capacity?
Yeah, possibly. You're absolutely right. We just don't know. I don't have any findings for you today that I could share, but that's definitely a possibility.
And do you have any directional indication, like just cold temperature normally increase or decrease the capacity on the transformers?
Today I do not. I don't have anything to
Okay.
share.
Okay. So conceivably, in looking at this significantly increased risk pool, is it fair to assume there's some relationship between the number of risks and the capital budget, in terms of like more risks means more projects, more capital budget?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. To your point, more risks means we do have to do more. More risks also means we're getting more customer applications. But I also think the cost of doing business from where we sit has dramatically increased. And just as like one data point that I'll share is that in 2020, we were buying an average transformer, so the load serving transformers that feed our homes or businesses. It costs around $2,700. And in 2025, the average cost of those units is $8,200. So just the costs of equipment have like tripled. And so I also think that that's part of the budget increase as well, is that we still have to do the work and we have more work to do, but it's also costing us more from a supply chain standpoint.
Okay. That was scary numbers. Okay.
Yeah.
So as I'm looking at these overloaded feeders, Is it possible for just a portion of the feeder to be overloaded, like one component or something? And so does this necessarily mean you have to replace the entire feeder or build a whole new one? Or are there portions of work that can be done to alleviate some of these issues?
Yep, absolutely. So we don't just say, let's, build a new feeder if one portion is more overloaded than the next. We either reconductor sometimes. We do load switching between feeders. We always try to do the lowest cost project first before we're triggering a brand new feeder or a brand new substation transformer or even a greenfield substation. So we try to balance the load, and in balancing the load on all of our three phases, it just we get more capacity. So we try to balance the load, which is a relatively inexpensive project, and then from there we try to transfer load. So using our switches and making sure that the distribution system is so dynamic, we can move load around to decrease that utilization. So that's always our second thing that we try to do before initiating a whole new project. The third thing that we can do is we can always upgrade wire. Like I said, rebuild a certain portion of the feeder. We can always just upgrade the breaker if that's the limiting factor. And we try to do those. And if all of those have already been done, our next trigger is to actually build a new feeder or build a new substation transformer and new feeders. So we try all of those options, and we do all of those options first before we go to, boom, it just needs a new feeder.
Okay, got it. And then can you help me understand, there's the N-0 conditions and N-1 conditions. Can you help me understand, like, approximately what percentage of the feeders that are exceeding the limit already at an N-0 are proposed for mitigations within this plan, just on the basis of being over the 75% limit at N-0?
How many of those N-0 feeders are in the budget plan?
Yeah. Do those automatically get in, and it's just the N-1s that are kind of on the fence, and we'll see depending on the criteria, or some of the N-0s also not in?
Yep, some of the N-0s also not in, and some of the N-1s are also not in. We rank the projects based on the highest risk and the amount of, honestly, customer applications. So if we have customers that are committed, we have to build those feeders first, and then try to satisfy those, and then we go down the list at our worst risk on the system, and then we fund from there. And at some point, you just you can't do all the work in 1 year from a construction standpoint as well. And so that's kind of when there's that cutoff. And so we have a ton of a ton, I shouldn't use that word. We have N-0s and N-1s that aren't funded.
Okay. No, just curious, in looking at these tables, we have a feeder table, and the next page is a banks table. Do you produce this type of table every year to look at the situation with regard to the loading limits?
We do.
Okay. Can those be provided for like the prior 5 years or so? I think what's really hard to wrap my mind around, I don't know about my colleagues, is the sudden escalation in risk and in need, certainly since the last DSP. So if those could be made available, I think that would be very helpful to really understand the trajectory of how these have changed.
Okay. I want to make sure that I know we have last year's information, and I know we have the 2022 DSP information. So I think we may have the last 3 or 4 years. I don't know if we have 5 because we switched systems. So I'll just have to,
Okay.
we'll have to see what we have.
I'll be here all week. So work with Mr. Simpson on whatever you actually have. I do want to pull up something, Miss Crane, that I had sent you with regard to a comparison. So I actually do have a copy of some of these from 2023. In 2023, I ran a proceeding number 23M-0464EG, which included a statutorily directed study on barriers to BE and DERs. Maybe that sounds familiar, maybe not, but I will represent to you that the information, and we can do some zooming here, but the information on the left with the red titles is from that proceeding, which is 2023 values. The information on the right is from this proceeding, really from the document we were just looking at, that completeness, where you gave the same tables for 2024. So with that understanding, maybe we can zoom in. I just want to kind of understand how some of these things change broadly from year to year, because that would also help me to understand if we get some new information. So let's see, can we zoom in, Miss Crane, on the feeder, which is the bottom half, like as big as you can get, just showing us the width of the bottom half? Okay, maybe that's decent enough. We can zoom more if you need. So tell me, so again, the left is 2023 and the right is 2024. And these were provided, the left ones, in a workshop presentation from that 2023 M docket provided in February of 2024. So one thing I'm trying to figure out, so like if I look at Denver Metro for the feeder loading, the total number of feeders for Denver Metro in 2023 was 124. And then the total number of feeders for Denver Metro in 2024, in 2023 was 124, sorry. And in 2024 was 93. I'm trying to figure out what that means. What, how are we down 31 feeders in Denver Metro from one year to the other? I'm just trying to understand how to interpret this information, and this gives me pause to thinking I understand what I'm looking at.
No, good question. I believe that's because in 2020, what'd you say that was 2023?
Yeah, the left is 23.
I think we included our network feeders in that count. And in 2024, when we did this, we did not include our network feeders in the Denver Metro count. That's subject to checking with Mr. Mino.
Okay, so you think he'd be able to help me understand the differences here and there as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, like, there are a couple of areas, especially considering, what you've said is pretty tremendous growth over the last few years. There's a few areas where the percent of feeders at 100% has gone down within a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we look at Boulder, if we look at Gateway, so that says Gateway, Greeley. So what to take from that, where we've got lower loading on some of the feeders for sure?
Absolutely. That's mainly driven from our capacity projects. For example, in Gateway, we built High Point substation, and we installed a transformer and 5 feeders. And so that is where, like, we want to see that decrease, actually, because we deployed a capacity project, and that's mainly why you would see a decrease, is because we deployed a project, we switched all the load around when those new feeders and substation transformer are installed, and this is the result of it.
Okay, so in general, like, if the total number of feeders went up in the same area, but my number that are maxed out went down, that probably represents that there was a project that was undertaken to make that happen.
Yep, more than likely, yep.
Okay, and then what about, let me see. In the northern division, where is it there? Yeah, so there's, let's see. No, maybe that's pretty similar. I'm just trying to like make sure I understand how to compare these. So if we go up to the banks in the Northern Division, I'm 7 fewer banks in the Northern Division than I used to be in 2023. What would cause something like that to happen in the totals?
So I'm probably getting, I think the Northern Division is the one where we may not serve all Xcel Energy customers out of a bank. We have a bank, but the customers served off that aren't ours, and maybe we decided not to include it in this 2024 version. But that would be a question for Mr. Mino there.
Okay. Okay. I'll ask him a little more detail about this. But yeah, if you have any from prior years, obviously I'm trying to learn how to interpret what's on here.
Yep.
But just really trying to reconcile, I think what the company's putting forth as a pretty dramatic escalation of need here with what we've seen in prior years. So that would be really helpful. Thanks, Ms. Crane, for pulling that up. I appreciate that. And those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Ms. McDermott.
Good afternoon.
Honestly, this has been incredibly interesting for me. Most of my questions have been answered. I just have one thing that I'm still a little unclear about. In the feeder table that we were just looking at, and you don't need to pull it up again. And all of the discussion around the overloads, it's done on the basis of count. And I'm wondering what that means. Does that mean that there's, a momentary exceedance of the limit or up to, within the 75% window? Or does it need to be exceeding that for a certain period of time? I guess I'm wondering if these are just like momentary spikes or are they, sustained demands on the feeder?
Yeah, I'll answer that at a high level and then I'll let Mr. Mino expand on that. But they're not just momentary spikes. They are sustained, whether that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours at a time, and possibly not just for one day, but we see sustained overloads and over 100%, or they're over that 100, or that they're between the 75 and 100% for multiple days in a row. So it's not just like, oh, we had a spike, for a minute or two because we were switching on the system. It's none of that. We take all of that information out when we're cleaning up the data through our planning analysis and scrub all that for our TLYs, or our typical load year shapes. And so it's never just like a momentary and we mark it as a risk. It has to be a sustained for several minutes and usually across several days.
Okay, that really helps. I was unclear about that, so I appreciate the clarification. That's the only question I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Just a few questions. As I understand it, the company filed this application pursuant to Senate Bill 24A-0218. And I'd just like to highlight one of the provisions for the record. It's 40-2, 132.5, 1A6. And I can pull it up, but it says to affordably and reliably meet federal, state, regional, and local air quality and decarbonization targets, standards, plans, the regulations, the state's electricity distribution systems must be substantially and strategically upgraded. New customers must be able to connect to the electrical distribution system, and existing customers must have their service levels promptly upgraded. So I guess, can we agree, understanding you're not a lawyer, that part of the legislature's priorities in enacting that statute was to promptly upgrade the service levels of existing customers?
Yes, I think we can agree.
Thank you. And I guess what I want to do is talk a little bit about that. And can we pull up hearing exhibit 502, attachment NGJB2, which has already been admitted into evidence. And let me represent that this is the Colorado PUC trial staff investigation into customer care and billing issues for public service company in Colorado. And would you accept that characterization of this report?
Yes.
All right. Can we go to page 2? And can you, I have a, oh geez. Can you scroll down? I had a PowerPoint presentation, so my page numbers are going to be different. Actually, I'm just going to share my screen. You can take that down. Sorry for the confusion. Can you see the screen?
April can also pull up 2307 if that works better.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be better. Sorry for the confusion.
That's okay.
Yeah, there it is. So let me represent to you that this is just the presentation that staff gave of the broader report. Would you accept that?
Yes.
All right. Can we go to page 2? Do you see the customer complaints file where the Colorado PUC have more than doubled from 22 to 2024, at least complaints per 1,000 customers? Do you see that?
Yes, I think you're referring to the second column of numbers. Is that right?
The third column.
Oh, yeah. The first is the years and then the yes. Yes.
Okay. Any thoughts on that? What's going on? Why customer complaints are exploding like that?
I'm probably not the right person to respond to this, so I am going to say that I will give this over to Miss Block.
Okay.
Her team is the one who's involved in this.
All right. And I'll just keep going. So she'll have the full context. If we can go to page 4. Do you see that the customer satisfaction has declined from 2020 to 2024?
Yes, in terms of the bullet points A, B, and C.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. And then can we go to page 5? And you see that average response time is now 10 times longer than the quality of service plan metric. And it's a 10-fold increase in average response time from 2014 to 2023. You see that?
I do, and this is in terms of our customer call center, correct?
Right, right.
Yes, I see that.
And then the last one, if you can go down to page 6, and you see that over 200,000 calls were terminated by customers, and that's 4 times as many calls in 2024 as 2023. You see that?
I do.
All right, you can take this down. Can we pull up 2304? And this has already been admitted in the evidence as the historical and projected Excel capital spending profile. And I think if you look at 2022, you can see that the company spent $377 million and looking at 2025, capital spending is $773 million. So do you see that capital spending has more than doubled in from 2022 to 2025?
I do see that.
All right. So I guess the question for the company, whether it's you or Ms. Block, can you just help me figure out it just seems like these customer service problems are not particularly amenable to capital spending type solutions. And it just seems like we're proposing to increase by billions of dollars spending on the distribution system, while the basics of answering the phone and serving customers, and there's also billing problems that have been identified, are not getting taken care of. So any comments on that, or is that Ms. Block too?
I can comment. I am not the customer care on that team, but I can comment from a customer from someone who does take the customer requests very seriously. And when our system is not ready to hook up a customer in their needed in-service state, it is very frustrating, not just for the customer, but for us. And so I do recognize that. I do think that while the costs have gone up, I think our customer expectations have also gone up, and they want service. They're no longer going to wait. They want service in a timely fashion, and the only way we can get there is to be proactive and have the system ready. And I also think that the stat that I used earlier with Commissioner Gilman, the cost of our supplies has also gone up. And so I think we're kind of at this point where we need to provide excellent customer service in terms of getting our customers served properly, while balancing, increasing costs from a supply chain perspective, as well as balancing those costs for electricity. So I understand. I understand the concerns, but I think we're at a pivotal point here.
You can take this down, and I just say we heard a little bit of this at the public comment hearing, and I don't want to try and introduce that on my own behalf. And we've seen letters talking about delays in energization, design errors, and there's been a bunch of press. And I don't, like I said, I don't want to get into any individual issues, but it does seem like there's significant non-capital related concerns with timing, design efforts, communication, transparency, with how you energize customers, that again, it doesn't seem particularly amenable to that it's going to be solved with more capital, especially since we've already doubled capital spending and we've surged it even more in the last couple of years. So again, any comments on the energization side and sort of these timing, transparency, design, communication issues?
Yeah, I don't really have any. That's not really where my expertise lies in terms of the job that I have today. So I hate to kick things to Ms. Block, but I'm gonna let.
She's coming next. It's when you kick them backwards that it's a problem. All right, that's all I had. Ms. Simpson, Mr. Simpson, you want to redirect?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chair Blank. You've had a lot of questions, Ms. McDermott, so let's hopefully you can remember some of your old discussions. Let's start with some HCA issues. You had a discussion with Commissioner Gilman, with Ms. Stanfield, Ms. Stockmeyer, and others. And I just want to make sure the record's very clear here. Would you agree that your testimony, and it's the company's position, that should the commission order HCA load data to be made available, that it should be behind, that it should actually, that decision should be taken in a separate proceeding so that appropriate security protections can be determined?
Yes.
I also wanted to go back to some HCA data matters. You and Ms. Stanfield had a discussion about a hypothetical with an EV charging company wanting to come in and bring their chargers in. Do you remember that discussion?
I do.
And as part of that discussion, Ms. Stanfield was essentially asking, wouldn't it be helpful for this EV charging company to have access to the load map to figure out where to put their chargers? Is that fair?
I think that's a fair summary, yes.
And she, in her hypothetical, she used an example of 10, and then she changed that to 2 potential sites and noted that the load map was necessary for that charging company to be able to identify which site to choose. Is that a fair summary of what she said?
Yes, I believe so.
Are there other ways for that charging company to find out which of those 2 sites would have capacity to serve them?
Yes.
And what would those be?
Off the top of my head, I can think of a possible couple different options for the customer. They could obviously apply for service at both locations, and they would go through the application process and get assigned someone to talk with them, and then go through the process, and eventually they could see what costs or non-costs of both options were, and then remove one of their applications and only go forward with one. I think another option is a lot of these EV charging companies are large enough that they get assigned either an account manager or a business rep that they could work through with the company. And so I think that's another option, that account manager could help guide them through that process and to a good location. So those are a couple of things that I can think of outside of the map that was referenced that could be done, that the company currently does with multiple customers as well.
So that means that access to the load HCA map is not necessary for, in that hypothetical, this EV charging company to achieve its business goals.
That's correct. As I said yesterday, the HCA, whether it be load or generation, is only one tool at a moment in time, and there's other things that customers can do and take advantage of our processes. And
even assuming that the HCA load map would be absolutely essential for these EV chargers to be able to place their load, would it be absolutely essential for these EV charging companies to have access to load data for the entirety of the PSCO system?
I don't think so. No. In that example that we were going back and forth with, if they were looking at 10 locations, they could certainly request locational data for just those 10 or those 2, if they got to that, instead of the entire grid.
Okay, thank you. So from that perspective, it would be public services position that it would be reasonable to limit access to just those portions of the distribution system in question for these EV charging companies, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. Just a couple of more questions. you were asked by Mr. Schlesinger, Mr. Judkins, and others to quantify the risk or vulnerabilities that can come from providing the load HCA data. Tell me if this is a better question for Mr. Marion, but you think it's possible to even quantify that kind of risk?
That's a good question. I would say Mr. Marion probably has more experience at quantifying a security risk. However, from a grid risk or a customer risk, I do think it'd be very hard to quantify that because you don't know what could or would happen and how long or the catastrophic nature of such an attack could have on the system or the customers. So I think quantifying a risk is difficult.
All right, now just moving on to the 75% planning standard. And again, tell me if Mr. Mino is the right person to talk to, because sometimes even I don't know. But I would ask, you had described the 75% limit as an operational limit. Help me understand a little bit more about how that is that 75% threshold really to give you enough headroom to operate the system?
I think that it's twofold. I think from an operational perspective, again, in dividing up our feeders and having three different portions of a feeder with an N-1 situation where we need to switch load, we can switch load, everybody's lights are still on, and we can go about our day. And that may be in emergency situations for switching load or planned switching that takes place when we're working on our equipment. I think the other benefit of the 75% threshold, but still allowing load to go up to 100%, but kicking off a project, gets our system ready and is proactively there for customers who want to get their business, house, whatever they're applying for service on in a prompt fashion instead of waiting for us to react. And as stated, it does take a while for us to upgrade or install new feeders. And so having that additional flexibility to allow customers to go up to 100%, allows us to accept those applications and get customers in the door and on the grid quicker.
Thanks. Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. McDermott. We're not going to quite excuse you in case we have to bring you back, but we're not expecting that you will be listening into the proceedings or aware of what was said. So with that, you're free to go, but there is some risk there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a break till 3 o'clock. And then we'll come back with Mr. Mino, 3 o'clock. All right, is Mr. Mino out there? Oh, Ms. Stockmeyer.
Thank you, Chair. Would just like to advise that Boulder is going to waive its cross of Mr. Mino.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stockmeyer. Mr. Mino, can you raise your right hand? Can you hear me, Commissioner Plant?
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks. There you are. Mr. Mino, can you raise your right hand?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Absolutely.
Back to you, Mr. Simpson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mino. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm okay. If you want to speak up, I don't think anybody would complain. Are you the same Dave Mino, or David Mino, I should say, that filed second supplemental direct, and rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I am.
And if you were to be asked the same questions as you were in your written testimony, would you answer the same way today?
Yes, I would.
And any corrections to your testimony have already been filed as revisions, correct?
Correct.
All right. I believe all your testimony and its attachments have been entered into the record, so the witness is free to cross.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Trial staff, it's 3:03 and I have 30 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mino, can you hear me all right?
I can.
Okay. Nice to meet you. I'm Assistant Attorney General Ross Smith. I'm not sure if you were watching earlier, but I represent trial staff in this proceeding. So I'd like to start by I just want to cover a couple of different issues related to under this general umbrella of forecasting, if that's all right with you.
Sure.
So the first thing I'd like to do, and I apologize, do we have Stephanie, or who do we have today?
April Crane.
Hi, April. Can we bring up Mr. Mino's rebuttal testimony that's hearing exhibit 124 and go to page 21? All right. And then I'm specifically looking at lines 17 through 19. So if we can just go down just a little bit there, that'd be perfect. All right. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Mino, you say here, while the company, and I'm quoting here, while the company does not agree with Mr. Conadena's, and I apologize if I got that name wrong, specific recommendations regarding load seer, it understands it can and should continue to improve forecasting and spatial allocation. Do I have that right?
That's what I said in my testimony, yes.
Okay, so we can agree that any of the improvements that you've discussed here are likely going to happen fairly quickly between the end of this proceeding and the company filing its next DSP plan, correct?
Yes, we're making plans to upgrade our forecasting process this year, as well as continually moving forward. So yes, that's accurate.
And would you also agree with me that it could be potentially useful to the company if the commission and other stakeholders had the opportunity to contribute to the evolving modeling assumptions that will go into the company's next DSP?
I think there could be some benefits to that, to make sure that there's general consensus moving forward for some of those assumptions. Like I forget who mentioned it previously, it's hard to get a consensus out of multiple groups, but I do think there could be some value there.
But parties, it would be difficult for parties to provide feedback regarding the modeling assumptions without insight into the working model assumptions and the performance of the model, wouldn't it?
Can you elaborate on that question? I'm not sure I'm fully following that.
Well, what I'm saying is that if we can agree that it would be potentially useful to the company if the commission and other stakeholders had the opportunity to contribute to these modeling assumptions, the parties wouldn't be able to actually do that without insight into the working model assumptions and the performance of the model, would they?
I think the first part I agree with, the assumptions going into it. The second part I don't know that I fully agree with.
Okay, so is your testimony that it would not be more challenging for parties to provide feedback without having that additional insight? I'm not sure what part's getting tripped up here.
I guess, we provided all the assumptions that we use in our low SEER forecasting methodology in my technical appendix, which I think was attachment 9 that I supported in the direct case. So we provided all of our assumptions that we've used in our low SEER forecasting tool already.
Okay, and I'm speaking more generally about the company's next DSP though. It's so I think like that might have been the confusion. Is I'm really referring to the company's next DSP.
Okay. Good.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move on that. So you participated in the joint technical conference that took place in this proceeding, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And during that technical conference, you indicated that by the time the company submitted its DSP, it would be too late to roll back the model and make changes to the assumptions and inputs for the current DSP cycle. Am I recalling that correctly?
That's correct. We have a living model that we continually update as we get new information around the system.
Okay, and if you need me to at any point, I can bring up the transcript from that conference, but I don't want to waste everyone's time. It sounds like you remember saying
I'm
that.
very familiar with that conference, yeah, so I don't know if that'll be necessary.
Okay, perfect. So then if we can go over to your direct testimony, and that's hearing exhibit 105, Ms. Crane, and that would be at page 33. And I'm going to go to lines 8 and 9 on page 33, please. And here you state that after risk analysis has been completed, the next step is the mitigation development process. Is that correct?
Yes, yep, that's correct.
Okay. So for the purpose of filing a DSP, at that point in the process, the forecast assumptions are effectively locked in. Do I have that right?
That's correct. Yep. We have
Okay.
specific internal deadlines that we need to hit around our capital budget development that
I
dictates
see.
that.
I see. And are you able to give me a general date or time frame in a given year at which point that is reached? So at what point are you no longer able to do that rolling back to reassess the different inputs?
Yes, I had a figure in my second supplemental direct testimony outlining our annual forecasting process. In that graphic, I believe once we get to our risk analysis, which is typically end of Q1 of each year, our forecast has already been generated, all the inputs and outputs have been produced, and we need to continue on with our process. So I would say, but in terms of when those input assumptions are locked down, it's typically as we enter into that forecasting process. So typically end of the fall, beginning of the winter time period. So
Okay.
we're already making plans for our upcoming forecasts as we speak.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that insight. That's helpful. So after that point at which the forecast is locked in, any feedback that were to come from stakeholders related to the load SEER modeling assumptions would no longer necessarily be able to meaningfully inform the company's DSP filing, right?
If that information is not provided up front, then yeah, it becomes very challenging, as I indicated before, that we're not able to roll back and go back to those same level of assumptions.
Sure. And so after that point, these stakeholders, which could include my client trial staff, it could include potentially commission analysts, they would need to wait until the next DSP filing to really understand how the company forecasts load and provide that feedback. Am I understanding the process right?
Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry. don't know
So
if I think I missed
at
part of
this
that.
point that we've discussed, sort of this point of no return, these stakeholders, which could include, again, staff, an analyst for the commission, they would need to wait until the next DSP filing after that point to really understand how the company forecasts load and provide that feedback that we've been talking about. I'm just making sure I have the process right.
Under how it's currently conducted, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I'd like to just shift gears. We're going to stay with this overall topic of forecasting. And this is not your testimony, I realize, but I think it's going to be useful. In the supplemental direct testimony of company witness McDermott, which is hearing exhibit 112, and I want to go to page 20, lines 16 through 19, Ms. Crane. And I promise, Ms. Crane, I'll try to cut down on the back and forth as much as I can.
And that was page 20, you said?
That's correct. Page 20, lines 16 through 19, please. Perfect. Thank you very much. So here, Mr. Mino, I assume you're familiar with Ms. McDermott's testimony overall.
Overall, yes.
So here she explains that the company is using a 75% technical planning limit for feeders proactively in this proceeding. Do I have that right?
Yes.
And that technical planning limit is 100% for substation transformers. Is that correct?
100% of their nameplate rating, correct.
Okay, and those technical planning limits, those are used to determine N-0 risks, correct?
Correct. For feeders.
So, and for the record and for the benefit of the listening public, I'm a lawyer, not an engineer, and to ensure that, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Could you please define what an N-0 risk is?
Yeah, so N represents all of the assets on the distribution system, all of our feeders, all of our banks. N-0 means that a zero have been removed from operation. So everything that we've built and designed and built is in operation supporting the distribution system. To have an N-0 overload is when the loading, whether it's existing or forecasted, exceeds that 75% of the feeder's continuous rating.
Okay. And I appreciate that. That's you said it better than I could, I promise. So in using those technical planning limits that we've just talked about proactively, the company is essentially using the load seer forecast to attempt to predict when a given asset may experience an N-0 risk. Is that right?
Correct. That's what we use to generate our forecast.
And according to your direct testimony, which we can go ahead and take this down, Ms. Crane, but we don't have to go to hearing exhibit 105 for just a moment. But according to your direct testimony, the load seer forecast uses a combination of historic load, known load growth, and unknown load growth to make those predictions. Is that correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Miner, have you reviewed staff witness Bongiardina's answer testimony in this proceeding? Are you generally familiar with it? Okay. Then you're aware that one of staff's concerns arises from the unknown growth component of the forecast that we've just talked about, right?
Correct.
And so could you agree as a general matter, the forecast is increasingly driven by the unknown growth component of the forecast the farther into the future the model attempts to make a prediction?
Yes, the short term is made up of capacity checks or service applications that we receive from customers. And as I stated in, I think it was my second supplemental direct testimony, that is overwhelmingly driving the capacity needs on the distribution system, not the outer years where some of those other growth vectors come into play.
So in other words, you would agree that farther into the future that load seer attempts to forecast, the more uncertainty is injected into a given projection, right? I mean, that's generally the nature of
I think that's true of any forecast, yes.
Sure. Which means that there's more uncertainty in the forecasted load 5 years in the future than, say, 3 years for a given forecast, right?
I think that's fair for the most part.
And to your knowledge, did the company offer any quantitative analysis of that uncertainty as part of its filing in this proceeding?
I don't believe so.
So, for example, if LoadSeer predicted that a feeder may experience an N-0 risk in 2029, and that risk was largely driven by unknown growth, the company isn't able to provide any kind of quantification as to that uncertainty, right? At least on this record.
Correct.
And the company isn't aware of the uncertainty of the risks if the forecast is plus or minus 3%, 5%, or any other amount, right?
Correct. I mean, ultimately, we have no control over how customers come online to the distribution system. So, yeah, I think that's generally accurate.
But the company is using LoadSeer outputs to generate the set of risks used to create the grid's needs assessment, right?
Correct.
To your knowledge, are the commission or any stakeholders able to assess whether projects the company builds based on load forecasts were needed without any sense of how uncertain those risks actually are?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, sorry, that I think I got a little muddled on the words there. To your knowledge, do you believe that the commission or stakeholders are able to assess whether projects that the company builds based on load forecasts were needed without any sense of how uncertain those risks are? In other words, without being able to determine how uncertain the risks are, isn't it more difficult for the commission or stakeholders to accurately assess whether those projects are needed or not?
I think it's difficult, but it's mapped out in our my grid needs assessment attachment that I sponsored in the direct case, where we map out the magnitude, the number of hours that risk is present throughout the year, and what projects that correlates to, and whether or not those projects were funded. So that information is present, although I do think without knowledge of the distribution system, that would be really hard to interpret.
Sure. Mr. Mino, I really just have another couple of questions here, and I want to start by asking, were you listening to the testimony of your colleague, Mr. Eiley, on Monday?
I was, but if you could refresh what
Sure,
that conversation
sure.
was about, I'd appreciate it.
Of course, yeah. I won't jump in, and I'm not going to quiz you on that, I promise. And what about, did you listen to the testimony provided by Mr. Pollock?
I did.
Okay. So I just want to clarify a couple of things about LoadSeer, and I believe Mr. Eiley might have indicated you were the person to ask. Is that generally correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we go back to that joint technical conference we were talking about earlier, and you were discussing the capabilities of LoadSeer, you describe it as a living model, and I think you actually described it a few minutes ago as a living model, right?
Correct.
And you stated there that the way the LoadSeer works, that you couldn't just roll back the assumptions that were used for a given scenario that the company developed. Am I recalling that correctly?
That's correct.
Now, during questioning of Mr. Eiley, and I'm sorry, we don't have a transcript on hand, but I'll ask you to just see if you recall this. Do you recall that Mr. Eiley appeared to indicate that it was possible to roll back the model? It was simply a matter of taking the time to do so. So it could be done, it just took a long time to do.
I don't know if he characterized it quite that way, but it's an incredibly manual process to do so, if that's even capable of being done.
And then during Mr. Pollock's questioning by, I believe, one of the commissioners, it sounds like he indicated the company, it may technically be possible to roll back the forecast, but again, like you say, it would take months of work and it wouldn't be practical or helpful for a DSP once it's filed. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay, that's okay. So what I'm trying to get at here is it seems that there is a slight difference of opinion between you and your colleague as to whether it's possible to roll back the model based on what you stated at the technical conference and based on what Mr. Eiley and Mr. Pollock have stated in this hearing. So I'm going to ask you, Mr. Mino, yes or no, is it possible to roll back the model to a previous state and rerun the forecast with a different set of assumptions?
I would say it's not. We continually add information. So to understand which map adjustments or capacity checks or service applications that we've received, to understand which ones were part of that original forecast, there's not an easy way to do that. Understanding which assets we've added, there's so many steps that go into it that we've laid out at a high level in the technical appendix. it's not just reverting back to a previous like software setting or something like that. It's much more nuanced than that. So my team runs this forecast and loads here. I'm the one closest to it, and I would say that it's not possible.
Okay, and I appreciate that clarification. I mean, it sounds like, though, I think that maybe there's a difference here of whether what something is possible versus whether it's difficult and complicated, right? Theoretically, it would be possible, is what it sounds like. It would take a lot.
I don't know if I would characterize it that way. I wouldn't say that it's possible.
That's okay. Did you also listen when Mr. Eiley was asked about access to LoadSeer and whether staff or any other parties have access to LoadSeer?
I vaguely remember that conversation.
And to clarify what Mr. Eiley stated, and since he kicked a LoadSeer to you, it is true that staff and other parties did not have access to or the ability to use LoadSeer to generate alternative forecasts based on alternative assumptions, correct?
That's correct.
So could you clarify for me at a high level what staff would need to do if it wanted to apply its own assumptions to the LoadSeer forecast?
I think we would need to define those up front, what those assumptions are prior to us heading into a forecast cycle so we could account for them in one of the scenarios that we run within LoadSeer.
Okay, so I assume, I guess my question is really more of a little different than our normal cross. So there's no way to do that independently, though. That has to be facilitated, it sounds like, through the company. Is that right?
I believe so. I mean, I think there's some conflation of LoadSeer versus like something like Encompass, which spits out all of our risks, all the projects, all the costs, right? LoadSeer is just computing the forecast. Everything else is done outside of that process by my team. So it's even having access to LoadSeer, I don't know what benefit that would really provide. Because it's a very nuanced tool, and to actually compute a forecast is incredibly complex. And then it still wouldn't give you what are the risks and then what projects are being proposed as a part of that. So yeah, I think there's some confusion there about what LoadSeer is and isn't.
Sure, and that I can appreciate that, and I do appreciate the clarification. I think we're just trying to get to the bottom of it here, and so we can agree. I think you've kind of alluded to this here that LoadSeer is distinct from other tools the company uses, such as Encompass that it uses in ERP proceedings, where staff and the other parties can use the model to directly analyze alternative forecast scenarios. Right? We're talking about a different tool, right?
Yeah, and I would say the forecasting on the transmission system is not nearly as complex as forecasting on the distribution system as well. These are two completely different systems that operate in very, very differently.
Sure. So just to kind of tie a bow on this, it's fair to say that neither the commission nor the other parties in this proceeding were really able to use different forecast assumptions to independently assess alternatives to projects in the GNA. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Which means that the commission and staff or the other parties were unable to use the alternative forecasts to make any assessments independently on a specific project, right?
Yes, I believe that's accurate.
Or to assess forecasts of specific risks.
I don't know if I would fully agree with that. Through our supplemental analysis that we did in this filing, we produced another forecast scenario with different assumptions around residential electric heating, electric water heating, electric residential EVs. So we did compute another scenario at the commission's direction to evaluate another scenario with that information, albeit it was with an updated model. But nonetheless, it did account for different usage patterns for different load shapes of different technologies, as well as different forecast assumptions. So I don't know that I would fully agree with that statement.
Well, I think the disagreement might be that parties couldn't do that independently, right? That was provided by the company based on what the company inputs. That was not something that the parties could do independently.
I believe we provided, subject to checking, I believe we provided 8760 curves for all of our feeders, all of our banks broken out by technology type.
Mr.
So
Minor, that I understand that the company provided it, but what I'm asking you is that the parties weren't able to independently conduct these analyses on their own, were they?
with that information, I believe they could look at different inputs for a forecast. Not necessarily, that wouldn't necessarily align with what we put forward in the plan, but through discovery, that I do think that is possible if they wanted to look at other assumptions.
Okay. Could you just, I think I just want to be clear. Could you tell us here today whether it's possible for the company to provide the parties this independent access to load seer in future proceedings? I really only need a yes or a no.
I would say no.
Okay, so that's not possible. Okay. So the capacity planning budget presented by the company in this proceeding uses the base forecast. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the company only used the base forecast in the planning processes that resulted in the proposed budget, right?
That's correct.
And the company did not propose a budget based on any other forecast scenario, correct?
Not in the initial filing.
Okay. And so last set of questions here, and then I'll be done. But I just want to clarify. I want to go back one more time to something that Mr. Eiley discussed, which is that the company's rebuttal case largely focuses on the first 3 years of this 5-year budget period. Do you recall that?
I do.
And according to Mr. Eiley, there are additional points to, I believe, in a sense, to check in with the commission regarding the budget for the later 2 years of that budget period. Do I remember that correctly?
I think he was alluding to future DSPs would, have that information in there.
Okay. But as you've testified earlier, there are minimum project timelines for new feeders, substation banks, and substations, right?
There are project timelines based on the realities of each specific project, but yes.
Sure.
Yes.
So if I remember correctly from your testimony, those are about 2 years for feeders, 3 years for substation banks, and 5 years for substations, approximately, right?
Approximately, yes.
So then feeder projects slated for 2025, 2026, and 2027 in the current plan either were already underway when this DSP was filed or will be by the time the proceeding concludes. Isn't that right?
That's correct. Scopes have already been issued for any feeder works that are through 27, any bank projects into 28. So yes, that's accurate.
And I believe that the company, as I recall, intends to file its next DSP in 2027. Is that right?
Hopefully.
Sure. So then it's fair to say that in that 2027 filing, feeder projects that start in 2028, 29, and 30, those will be similarly, I guess you could say, baked in due to those project timelines, right?
Some of them will be in the earlier years, I believe.
And would you agree that for feeder projects that will begin in 2029 and 2030, it may be more difficult for the commission to influence the planning criteria on those projects in the 2027 filing than it is right now, correct?
Can you elaborate on what you mean by the planning criteria?
Sure. I guess it would be more difficult. I think that what I'm trying to say here is that the planning criteria, it's going to be more difficult for the commission to influence the way the company plans on developing those feeder projects in 2027 than it is right now, correct?
I think that's fair.
And as it stands right now, there's unlikely to be a litigated proceeding allowing staff and the other parties to this proceeding or the commission to assess planning projects and budgets in 2028 through 2030 between the conclusion of this proceeding and that 2027 DSP filing. So there's a gap there, right?
There is, and I think that's one of several reasons why we proposed the rolling NWA framework to allow for more projects be brought forward for NWA solicitation moving forward in between DSPs.
Well, Mr. Mino, I appreciate it. I know you've probably got a long road ahead here, but I appreciate your patience and appreciate you working with me. But I have no further questions, and it's really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Solomon, I see your hands up. Do you have a question?
I do. Actually, it's more of a statement. Denver's going to waive its cross of Mr. Mino. I just thought I would point that out if staff is done.
Staff is done. I appreciate the heads up. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let's see, Mr. Mino, ACE 45 minutes and it is 3:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Mino. We've met before. Jake Schlesinger, representing the Associations for Clean Energy in this proceeding.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schlesinger. Good to see you again.
Likewise. I'm going to ask you questions today regarding the company's generation hosting capacity analysis. So I understand the company also has provided a load hosting capacity analysis in this proceeding, but I'm focused just on the generation piece of it.
Okay.
Starting off with an open-ended question here, when did the company last update the hosting capacity analysis?
I don't know the exact date, but it was towards the end of 2024, December sometime.
Okay, and can you explain whether there was a data cutoff date in there that was prior to the end of December 2024?
There was. I don't remember the exact. I had to estimate probably around June or something like that, because that's when the model building process began to compute that host capacity analysis. Since that was a manual process, it takes a good amount of time to produce.
Okay, and if I was to represent to you that there's evidence in the record that the data cutoff date was actually in January of 2024, does that sound right to you? Do you have a reason to object to that?
Doesn't sound right, but yeah, I don't have that information in front of me right now.
Okay. I do believe that IREX witness put forward testimony on that subject and
Okay.
don't believe it was rebutted by the
Yeah, I
company.
have no reason to dispute that then.
Okay. Okay.
Should be on the website, I believe.
Sure. And can you explain exactly what that means, the data cutoff date?
Yep. So in order to start building the distribution models that built the foundation for this analysis, we have to cut off in terms of when we accept new information. So how much DER per feeder was interconnected, how much was in queue, what the loading was. All that is cut off at that point so we can start building the models and start computing the host capacity analysis.
Okay, so while the hosting capacity analysis itself was updated at the end of 2024, the data that was used for that was actually, assuming that we're correct here, at the beginning of 2024, correct?
Yeah, if that's what's on the website, then yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, so assuming that's correct, the actual data that's in the current hosting capacity analyses is about 20 months old, right?
Give or take.
A year plus 8 months.
Yeah.
Okay. And to be clear, that's the same for the blurred map and the unblurred map, right? That the timing on those updates is the same?
Yeah, both of those maps use the same underlying analysis data.
Okay. Now, several parties in this proceeding have recommended monthly hosting capacity updates, right?
Yep, and we've also committed to doing that once we get our sign project up and running.
Yeah, and I think you stated in your rebuttal testimony that you agree that more frequent hosting capacity updates will benefit customers as well as the company, right?
Something along those lines, yep.
Okay, and I believe you also said that more frequent updates will allow customers to submit fewer and more targeted applications. Does that sound right?
It sounds familiar.
Okay, and I just want to be clear about what you mean by fewer applications. Do you mean like that there would be fewer overall DER projects seeking to interconnect, or do you mean that each DER project that seeks to interconnect would likely have to submit fewer applications?
Yeah, I believe I responded to a discovery request around this where it would be fewer applications per system being installed, seeking to be installed.
Okay, and that's because they'd be more likely to have accurate data to base their applications on, correct?
Yep. Yeah. As Ms. McDermott also said, there's other ways that they can get that information, but that's one way that could help improve that process.
Sure. So just to kind of put a finer point on that, an older hosting capacity analysis might not provide accurate hosting capacity information at the time that the interconnection customer is seeking to interconnect due to changes that occur on the system in the meantime, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Just to the point that an outdated capacity analysis might not provide accurate data to a customer relying on it, right?
In certain areas, it still may be relevant and accurate. I think it depends on the location and how much, how much the queue was for that specific location and how much is interconnected since the timing of the map. But I would say in some areas it's true, in some areas that's not true.
And is there any way for an interconnecting customer to know which areas are accurate and which areas might not be accurate based on the information that they are able to access?
Not directly. I know on our interconnection website, we list constrained feeders and queues and other information that could help kind of indicate that, but I don't think it's clearly broken out there.
Okay. You also state in your rebuttal testimony, and I think you just alluded to the fact that the company is actively working towards the goal of more frequent updates to the hosting capacity analysis, right?
Correct.
The company's been actively working on more frequent updates for quite some time, right?
Yeah. Again, it's largely driven by our upgrade to our load flow software that we're working on right now.
Do you have like a estimate or a approximate number of years or months that the company's been actively working on being able to do more frequent updates?
Not exactly. I know we went out to forget when we went out to for RFP for the software, and then when we actually kicked off the project with Eaton, who is the manufacturer of the sign platform. I don't remember the exact timelines involved with that.
Okay. You were a witness in the company's last distribution system plan, right? That was proceeding number 24A-0189E, right?
That's correct.
And do you recall filing rebuttal testimony in that proceeding?
I do. I forget what's in it, but yeah, I remember being involved.
Well, let's take a look. Ms. Crane, could you please, assuming you're still driving, can you please pull up what's been pre-marked as hearing exhibit 912 in the acebox.com?
And just give me a second here. It's not opening. I'm going to try a different way.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Mr. Mino, is this the rebuttal testimony from that last proceeding that we were just discussing?
It appears to be.
Okay. I'm going to ask several questions about this, but before I forget, I'd like to move for the admission of hearing exhibit 912.
Any objection?
This is Mr. Mino's rebuttal testimony from the first DSP.
That's correct.
No objection.
Okay,
So moved.
great. And do you recall, Mr. Mino, in this rebuttal testimony, you responded to several intervener recommendations to implement quarterly hosting capacity updates?
To be honest, I don't, but if you could pull up the specific page, that'd be helpful.
Sure. Let's go to page 24. If you want to just read the first couple lines there.
Yeah, I read that first paragraph.
Okay, so would you agree with me that in the last DSP, in your rebuttal, you responded to several intervener recommendations to implement quarterly HCA updates?
Yeah, so it looks like, yep.
Okay, and just to be clear, in this proceeding, you responded to intervener recommendations to provide monthly HCA updates, right?
Please so, yeah.
Okay. And let's see, still on page 24 there, around lines 13. Do you recall several interveners alleging that the company was in violation of commission rules by not, at that time, providing quarterly HCA updates?
Yeah, vaguely.
Okay. And there's another reference also on the next page at the top, lines 1 and 2, if you want to just familiarize yourself with that as well. Actually, if you go to the last line of the previous page, I think you'll see that that recommendation he's discussing came from, that was CEI, which, to be clear, was COSA, SIA, and Advanced Energy United in that proceeding. Okay, so I guess let's just walk through it since your memory is fuzzy on this. Can we move down to page 26, lines 2 to 3? Where you state that the company is engaged in ongoing efforts to improve HCA and has complied with commission rules by presenting a proposal for moving to quarterly updates. So I believe your position at the time was that the company was in compliance because it provided a proposal. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's what it says there, yep.
Yeah. Okay, and scrolling down to page 28, starting at line 3, you explain that a little bit, and you basically argue that under Rule 3541 D2F, the company was only required to present a proposal for updating the data in the web portal on a quarterly basis. Correct?
I believe so. I believe that rule states to write a roadmap to how to get to more frequent updates or something along those lines.
Okay, and then speaking of the roadmap, a little further down on that page at lines 13 to 14, you point to the company's hearing exhibit ZDP-1, which was the DSP plan in that proceeding, not to be confused with ZDP-1 in this proceeding. And you note that the document provided the company's plans for realistically moving towards producing quarterly updates to its hosting capacity maps, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall the date by which the company put forward in that roadmap in the 2022 plan for when quarterly HCA updates would begin?
I don't recall off the top of my head, no.
Okay, well, sorry to do this to you, Ms. Crane, but can we pull up, actually, hearing exhibit 101 ZDP-1 from this proceeding? Because it has the same roadmap figure in it.
Would that be 103 ZDP1?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It is. It's the distribution plan. The non-confidential version. And if we could go to page 109, please. And scrolling down a little bit to the figure. Great. And so, Mr. Mino, you'd agree with me here that what we're looking at is what we were just talking about, the HCA roadmap from the 2022 DSP filing.
Correct.
And if you look at that left column, the second bullet down, can you now answer my question as to when the company can put forward, what date the company put forward in that 2022 roadmap for when quarterly HCA updates would occur?
Yeah, it says Q3 2023.
Okay. And to be clear, the company is not currently updating the HCA quarterly, right?
Correct.
And I believe the company has claimed that it updates it annually, right?
Until we get our new tool in place, yes.
Okay. And again, we talked about this at the beginning, but even though it was released in December, it contained data from the prior January. So just to keep us grounded here. So my question is, you know, in your 2022 testimony, and you can take this down, Ms. Crane, in your 2022 testimony, you know, you claim that the company was in compliance with the commission rule because it put forward a realistic roadmap. And so my question is it still your position today that the company complied with the commission directive by proposing that roadmap in 2022?
That's what I said in my testimony.
I know that's what you said in your testimony in 2022. I'm asking if that's still your position today.
Calls for legal conclusion. Objection.
Do you want me to respond?
Sorry, yes,
You're
if
on
you
mute.
would. Yes, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, Mr.
Sorry.
Mino provided a legal conclusion in his 2022 testimony that said that the company was in compliance with the rule. I'm asking him whether he still holds that same opinion today. So if he was able to provide that conclusion in 2022, I don't see why he can't do it now.
Overruled. If you could answer, Mr. Miner, that'd be great.
I know there's been some changes to the requirements there, so I'm not sure that I'm familiar with all those requirements, but so I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, which requirements have changed?
I thought there was information in the settlement agreement from the original DSP, as well as other proceedings that I thought there was some information in there. So I'm not sure I have all the information to still make that conclusion.
Well, okay, but we're talking about the rule. We're talking about Commission Rule 3541 D2F. And if you want to pull, if it would be helpful, we can pull that Exhibit 912 back up, your rebuttal testimony, where you stated that the company was in compliance with that rule. Are you claiming that that rule has changed?
No.
Okay, so can you answer my question as to whether you are still of the belief that the company complied with the rule by providing the roadmap in 2022?
I would lean on the same conclusion. If the rule hasn't changed, and I think the roadmaps, I think my conclusion will still be the same.
Okay. Would you still maintain your testimony from 2022 that the roadmap provided a realistic plan to move towards quarterly updates?
I think we were ambitious in terms of when we thought we could deliver on those quarterly updates. And since then, in that roadmap as well, we said we were going to explore alternative tools to help implement those updates as well. So I think our roadmap has changed from that, given where we're at today. And so, yeah, I think our roadmap has changed as we provided in our plan for this filing.
Okay, so you would agree then that the roadmap that was provided in 2022 was not realistic in terms of when the company would begin providing updates, right?
I think it was accurate on certain portions. I think the quarterly updates, we missed the mark on that one.
Right, but your excuse me, sorry. Your testimony was that the quarterly update forecast was realistic, right? We just looked at that. You know what, let's go ahead and pull up 912 again, because I'm gonna refer to another piece of it, please. And so I think we were at page 28. Yeah, down, there we go, right there, around line 14, 15, 16 there. A hosting capacity roadmap was provided that detailed the company's plans for realistically moving towards producing quarterly updates to its hosting capacity maps. So in terms of realistically providing quarterly updates, would you agree with me that the roadmap wasn't really very realistic?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Can we scroll down to page 30, the top of page 30? Here you are responding to Denver witness Elisa Russell regarding the implementation timeline for the secure web portal and the quarterly HCA map updates. And her recommendation that sorry, I'm getting emergency texts from a family member right now that are distracting me, but I'm going to try to move through those. Okay, so here you're responding to Ms. Russell's recommendation that the commission set firm deadlines for the company to release the web portal and implementation of providing quarterly updates. And in your response, starting at line 7 and 8 there, you note that the company does not believe the recommendation is appropriate because imposing strict calendar deadlines would not be helpful, as there's still too much to be determined, right?
Correct.
Okay, and as you referenced a little while ago, that this proceeding resulted in a non-comprehensive unanimous settlement agreement which addressed quarterly updates, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and that settlement was approved by the commission via its order in that proceeding, right?
It's my understanding.
And do you recall that in the settlement, the company agreed to update the HCA by July 1st, 2023, and to provide quarterly updates thereafter? Does that sound right?
I thought the settlement agreement said to update it by the end of the year.
Okay, well, let's pull that up. It's marked in box as hearing exhibit 913. And if we could scroll down to page 16, please. And if we could scroll down a little bit to what's marked as 36.1, paragraph 36.1, release number 1, there we go. Here it states that the company intends to provide an update to its publicly available HCA data and map by July 1st, 2023. The company will then update such data and maps on a quarterly basis thereafter within 10 business days of the start of each quarter, correct?
That's what it says, yep.
Okay. Do you know whether the company met that July 1st, 2023 deadline to update the HCA?
I don't recall. I thought we did, but I don't recall.
Okay. But you would agree with me that in that last 2022 proceeding, despite your rebuttal testimony that we just looked at responding to Ms. Russell, the company did actually agree to a calendar deadline for HCA updates, right?
Yep, that's what it says here.
Okay. And as we've already established, the company is not currently providing those quarterly updates. Do you know whether the company ever notified the commission that it was missing those deadlines to update the HCA?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you know if the company ever notified parties in any formal way to the settlement agreement that it was missing the updates that it had committed to in the settlement agreement?
I'm not sure.
Given that the commission approved the settlement agreement via its order in that proceeding, is it still your position today that the company has complied with the commission's direction by providing a roadmap or a realistic plan?
I would say no based on the settlement agreement.
Okay. Are you aware that the Colorado law allows the commission to impose penalties for violating a commission order?
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not familiar with that.
Fair enough. Can we just take a look there at the next paragraph, 36.2? This settlement agreement here, this provision allows the company to provide a non-blurred hosting capacity map via a secure web portal by the close of 2023, which would require an NDA to access, correct?
Correct.
And I believe it's correct that the company has implemented the secure web portal and NDA access provision of this settlement agreement, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that settlement agreements typically require a balance where parties give up certain positions in exchange for gaining other favorable terms?
Yeah, I think that's definition of settlement, right? Negotiating, and yeah.
Yeah, I think it's often said that a good settlement agreement is one where everybody gives a little, everybody gets a little, and nobody's completely happy, right?
Sorry, was that a question?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. So would you agree with me that the result of the settlement agreement as it stands today is that the company has implemented the security measures that it proposed, but the firm deadlines and the quarterly updates, which the solar parties thought that they had received, still haven't been delivered?
Not all of them.
Not with regard to quarterly updates, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schlesinger. I have 30 minutes for AEU, and it's a little before 4. Ms. Judkins.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm just arranging my notes here. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mino. My name is Sarah Judkins. I'm representing Advanced Energy United in this proceeding. I first would like to discuss some questions related to the DSP planning process. Some of these questions were referenced to you from Mr. Pollack from some of my questioning earlier in the proceeding. So the company used the load seer tool to develop a bottom-up forecast of grid needs, correct?
The methodology is partially bottoms up and top down. There's components of both in there.
And in parallel to the load seer efforts, the company hired Kavala to model additional scenarios using a similar bottom-up approach to evaluate different levels of DER adoption, right?
Correct. One of which was the mimicking the inputs that we use in our load seer forecast as our calibration scenario.
So while load seer did include the load modifying impact of some DERs, it didn't really explore different DER scenarios from a capital budget perspective in the same way that Kavala did, right?
Not in the direct filing, but we provided another window into that through the supplemental analysis.
And it was the base forecast from the load seer analysis, not the Kavala analysis, that the company used to determine the capital budget and investment plan proposed in this proceeding, right?
That's correct.
And I discussed with Mr. Pollack earlier that the DER adoption can, in some cases, reduce other costs on the distribution system. Would you agree with that statement?
I would say it has the potential to.
And would you agree with me that it might be worthwhile for the company to consider investing more in certain DER programs and projects if they could reduce distribution system costs elsewhere by a greater amount?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Of course. Would you agree with me that it might be helpful for the company to consider investing more in certain DER programs and projects if they could reduce distribution system costs elsewhere by a greater amount?
If those programs are specifically geared towards the distribution system and not the bulk electric system, then I think there could be some value there.
All right, and so likewise, it would be worthwhile to study those trade-offs and present different DSP investment options for the commission's consideration, correct?
It's hard for me to fully agree with that. How and when these DERs materialize, we have no control over. We've used our forecast to help inform other programs like AVPP and dispatchable distributed generation to where some of those resources may provide that benefit you're speaking of. But it's hard to forecast them and say with certainty that it's going to help out a specific feeder when that may not materialize in that feeder at the time it's needed and at the capacity value is needed. So it's hard to conflate that like you can with like the bulk system where it's easier to kind of determine those impacts.
But for example, would it be feasible in the future for the company to present 3 or 4 budget scenarios reflecting different levels of DER adoption, given some of the uncertainties that you described?
Yes, and that's as I provided in my testimony and in the plan, we provided our evolution of our planning forecast, and that process is going to continue to evolve. And as you mentioned, we do plan on providing multiple scenarios through our low SEER forecast, as well as providing associated budgets with that in future proceedings.
For that clarification. And are you aware of the concept of least cost planning and the way that's typically approached on the bulk power system?
I think I understand it, but I'm a distribution engineer, not a transmission engineer. So if you can elaborate on what that is.
We're going to keep this really high level, Mr. Mino. I also do not have an engineering background of any type. But are you aware
I do have
that...
an engineering background, but yeah, go ahead.
No, I know you do. I am a lawyer here, so do not claim to have any engineering background.
Understood.
Are you aware that the company employs capacity expansion models through the form of Encompass to identify an optimal or least cost investment plan on the bulk power system?
I am, and I know that Encompass, pardon the pun, but it's all encompassing that it does the forecasting, the risk, and the actual project development within that one tool, whereas our distribution system does not operate that way, or our tools don't operate that way for distribution.
Thank you. So it sounds like the load SEER analysis did not include any similar type of optimization or routine to identify a least cost investment plan in this proceeding, right?
I don't know if I would fully agree with that. When my team comes up with projects to resolve risk on the distribution system, we look at multiple ways to do that, and we propose the least cost solution that fully mitigates the risk. So I don't know that I would fully agree with how you characterize that.
Right, but it sounds like that's a bit more of a manual process than something, that can be optimized through a model or something like that, right?
Yeah, there's some automation there, but there's some manual factors to it. And because the challenge here is that when you're looking at the bulk system, that's one set of values you're looking at for the entire bulk electric system. The distribution system, each feeder is its own system. So it's a lot harder to do that without some kind of manual oversight to validate that. So I think comparing the transmission system planning analysis to a distribution system analysis is an apples to orange comparison.
Are the software tools that the company or its consultants use currently capable of performing a least cost optimization on the distribution system?
I still didn't get a definition on what the transmission process is, so I'm not sure I could fully answer that.
I guess putting aside the transmission analogy for the moment, are the software tools that the company or its consultants use currently capable of performing a least cost optimization on the distribution system?
I think there's some of that to a certain extent, but I don't know that it's fully how you're describing it.
And are you aware of any tools that the company could use that would have this capability going forward?
I'm not aware of any off the top of my head.
Did you review the answer testimony of Mr. Ed Burgess on behalf of Advanced Energy United?
I did.
Right. And do you recall that Mr. Burgess pointed out in his testimony some tools that might be able to perform a least cost optimization on the distribution system?
Is that the one associated with Lawrence Berkeley National Lab?
Yeah, so the Lodge model that's in use at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, and there's also the capacity expansion decision support for distribution networks, or the CADIC from NREL.
I'm not familiar with that, but I know that Mr. Burgess stated in his testimony that locationally granular forecasts are in line with best practices put forth by national labs, which is what we're computing at Lowe's here.
All right. So am I understanding that, in your opinion, what the company is doing kind of is the equivalent or to what might be done using these other types of tools, such as the Lodge model?
I don't know the specifics around the Lodge model, but from a forecast perspective, I think the practices that we've implemented and are continuing to evolve are in line with best practices in the industry.
So next, I'd like to discuss several aspects of the company's demand forecast. So first, we'll look at electric vehicles, or EVs. Would you agree that the demand from EVs is over a quarter of the expected growth in distribution level demand?
Sounds reasonable. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but that sounds aligned with what we provided.
But the company did not differentiate between different levels of home charging, level 1 versus level 2, in forecasting future EV load growth, right?
We had different components of level 1, level 2, workplace charging, public charging, fleet charging at various levels of charging in our forecast. So some of that was accounted for. Each of those were accounted for to a certain extent in our forecast that we based our budget off of.
Okay, so I found this a little bit confusing, so maybe you can help me out.
Sure.
In the loads year technical appendix, you stated that the company included a 7 kW charging service for each residential light duty vehicle, right? We can pull this up if helpful.
There was a managed charging, there was an unmanaged charging profile. I forget which one was associated with which.
Well, maybe we can pull this up to help us both out. Ms. Crane, could you please pull up hearing exhibit 105, attachment DCM-9? And page 23, please. And if you could scroll down a little bit, please. And maybe onto the top of the next page, please. Thank you. There it is, top of page 24. The services, do you see at the top there where it says the services for the residential EV chargers are 7 kilowatts due to a limitation in load tier. These same services are used for all 3 residential EV charging shapes, etc. So does that mean that the company used 7 kilowatts for each residential light duty vehicle in load tier?
I believe so, as the per unit value that we applied to the curve, and I believe each curve was different between managed and unmanaged. So if you scroll down to figure 30 here, those curves are on what we call a per unit basis, so a percentage, and that 7 kW was applied to those curves. So how and when each of those managed versus unmanaged residential charging peaked is dependent on which curve was applied to that specific premise.
Okay, but this doesn't, I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't really get to the issue of whether the company differentiated between level 1 and level 2 chargers, right?
For residential,
Yes.
yeah, that was all. I believe 7 kW was their per unit value for each of these curves.
And just so we're clear, the 7 kW charging service is associated with a level 2 charger rather than a level 1 charger, right?
I believe so. That sounds right.
And that's a much higher charging service as compared to a level 1 charger, right?
Yep.
And additionally, the company, and you can take down this exhibit, thank you. The company did not differentiate between load shapes for plug-in hybrids or full battery EVs, right?
I don't believe so.
And can we agree that there's inherent differences in how customers charge plug-in hybrids versus full EVs?
Yeah, I believe they're different.
And these features of the company's loads forecast for EVs could lead to overestimating the non-coincident peak impacts of home EV charging on future infrastructure needs, right?
I don't know that I fully agree with that. I know there's level 2 chargers that are higher than 7 kW, and I don't have, I'm speculating, but I would imagine that there's far more level 2 chargers out there than level 1s, just given the time it takes to charge a vehicle based on those different methodologies. So I don't know if I fully agree with your characterization of us overestimating.
All right, thank you. And just one final question on the EVs. There's no evidence in the record demonstrating that all residential EVs, projected and current are level 2, right?
I'm not sure.
Turning now to the company's forecast for beneficial electrification, or BE. BE is the largest contributor to the aggregate non-coincident peak forecast, right?
I believe so.
And as a result, it plays a key role in the projected distribution system investments that the company has proposed, right?
No, I don't agree with that. If you look at our grid needs assessment and you look at every single project that we put forward, all but 7 serve short-term risks on the distribution system, which is driven by actual capacity check growth that we've received from customer service applications. We found in our supplemental analysis that even with changing the assumptions around some of these curves for residential BE, how many of these residential EVs were under that future managed charging shape that you had up a few minutes ago, there was a net increase in, I think, 96 risks, so like almost 11% increase in demand. And that was entirely driven by additional capacity checks that we've received from I keep saying capacity checks, just new service applications are interchangeable to me, but not everyone may be on the same page there. But that was directly attributed to new growth that we've received in between forecast cycles. So I disagree with how you're characterizing that, because our budget is really driven by actual customer applications and the current state of the system, not those outer years where those other forecasted growth vectors are really coming into play.
Thank you. When the company receives no service applications, do you have an understanding of whether those are driven by beneficial electrification or EV charging or, something else?
Yeah, we receive a breakdown of if it's like a new residential development, we know if it's going to be all electric or gas, dual fuel. We have an idea of if there's going to be EV ready and have chargers or, so yeah, we have a pretty good understanding of the types of equipment being added when we get those applications.
And would you say that a large percentage of, the new service applications involve some sort of beneficial electrification?
Some do. We still get the majority of them, I think, are dual fuel, but we've been getting, I would say, increasing amounts of all electric applications in the last few years.
And some company assumed a 7.15 kW incremental heating load from operation of a fully electric heat pump, right?
I believe that was the peak, yeah, with resistance backup heating, correct.
And this means that the company added 7.15 kW of assumed heating load to each individual residential site on top of existing residential load, right?
I think that's mischaracterized a little bit. It really depends on the load shape being applied. So when you look at in our original direct filing, for an all electric home, we had it peaking at 12 kW, even with that 7.15 kW all electric heating. And in our supplemental analysis, our all electric homes were about 9.6 kW. So about a little over 3 kW reduction based on the different curve assumptions. So it's not just the peak value they have to consider. I mean, that's how we used to plan the system in our old tool, right? Now you have to look at how the coincidence of each of these load shapes overlaps with each other to really determine what the net impact is for these technologies.
Thank you. And I believe you said earlier that you had reviewed the answer testimony of Ed Burgess on behalf of Advanced Energy United, right?
Correct.
Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 2101 and scroll to page 58? Thank you very much. And could we have the full graphic in the middle of the page, please? Thank you. And Mr. Pollack discussed this graph a little bit with Commissioner Gilman earlier in the proceeding. But did you review Mr. Burgess's analysis of the average whole home advanced metering infrastructure or AMI profile for all electric homes during a cold snap in the winter of 2024?
I did.
And according to Mr. Burgess, those dates, which are January 12th through 17th of 2024, correspond with a cold snap in Colorado when temperatures reached negative 18 degrees Fahrenheit, right?
I forget the specifics around that, so I can't confirm or deny that.
Right. If we look at,
Actually, I see. It looks like it's on line 6 there.
yeah, I was gonna say,
Okay.
I think it's in the testimony here, line 6. Thank
Sorry,
you.
yeah, I didn't see that there. Yep.
And so looking at this figure EB-6, this shows that the average whole home AMI profile for all electric homes did not exceed 7 kW during this period, during this cold snap, right?
I believe that's what it indicates.
And you would agree, right, that an all-electric home would almost certainly have more electric load in it than just the load associated with heating, right?
Yeah, I know there's also some of these homes had solar generation on them, well, which may be masking some of this demand.
But certainly not all of them do, right? That would be an
That's
unreasonable
accurate. And I
assumption to
also
make.
know, like, after looking through that data, I mean, the maximum demand for some of these homes was 25 kW. Some of these were as low as 5 kW or 6 kW a year. So we're talking averages of averages here, which is a little challenging when you're thinking about 1.5 million customers. But the sample size, yeah, that's what it appears to show.
And I'm not asking these questions to suggest that the commission should adopt any specific value But would you agree this analogy suggests that it's important for the company to examine real world data from its own customers who have fully electrified to fully understand the likely impacts of beneficial electrification on winter peak loads?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's, as I said before, we've evolved our planning process and we're going to continue to do so. And as AMI data becomes more prevalent, it's going to help us refine our input assumptions. This information I don't think was available at the time since that we were putting our forecast together.
And we can take this down, please, Ms. Crane. Turning now to the process for updating the forecast. You disagreed with recommendations from Mr. Burgess and staff that the company should provide annual distribution system plan filings, right?
Yes.
And the company has stated that it has plans to, quote, continually update the forecast, right?
Correct. Forecasting process, yeah.
And how is this continual update to the forecast conducted?
Are you talking about our annual process that we do or improvements to the forecasting process?
Annual updates.
Yeah, so in my second supplemental direct, I forget the name of it, but the second supplemental direct testimony that I provided, what our roadmap looks like on an annual basis for how we recompute our distribution forecast and projects and capital budget associated with it. So each year we true up the previous service applications that we've received to make sure they're on track, or if they've changed at all, we'll reflect that in our budget, or our forecast. We'll perform our forecast like I mentioned previously, and I laid out in my technical appendix for loads year, and then we recompute our risk analysis and determine are the projects that we propose in our 5-year budget still valid? Do they need to shift at all, or any of them not valid anymore? And then we prioritize what projects need to move forward based on the risk profile that we're seeing.
And how is information about the updated forecast each year provided to stakeholders and the commission?
I believe at the moment it's only presented in the actual DSP phase 1 filings.
And that's, to be clear, on a biannual basis, right?
That's correct.
Don't you think it would be useful for the commission and stakeholders to understand updated forecasts as they're developed, or at least on an annual basis, in order to understand opportunities to defer investments or enhance DER utilization?
I think that's why we propose a rolling NWA framework on an annual basis at the conclusion of our annual forecast. So that way we can bring forward NWA opportunities in as real time as possible. And, it will allow us to relax that timing screen that we have in there that filtered out most of the projects for consideration. So yeah, I think that's why we went that route with proposing that.
Thank you. But just to be clear, there are other components of the forecast and the distribution system planned beyond NWAs, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Yeah. There are other components and opportunities to defer investments or enhance DER utilization beyond non-wires alternatives, right?
Can you give me a couple examples?
I mean, broadly thinking about deferring investments or enhancing DER utilization in terms of here's a specific one. Moving forward, how will the updated forecast consider impacts of the AVPP program?
Yes, I mean, the AVPP filing wasn't submitted until after our forecast was completed. I think as we roll this program out and see how it behaves, we can account for those operational impacts in our forecast and how we look at risk. We've also taken that similar approach to the dispatchable distributed generation, where we're looking at soliciting those technologies on feeders that are constrained, so that way we can actually realize some of those benefits. And have the potential to defer some of these investments. So, yeah, I think once we get a better understanding of how these systems operate, we'll be able to better account for them in our forecasting process.
So just to be clear, if the commission does approve the AVBP program, the company does intend to include the impacts of that program in future updates to the forecast, right?
Yeah, I think we want to see at least how it operates and make sure that we can rely on this technology to support the distribution system, since the AVPP is going to be dispatched on bulk electric needs, where there is some overlap with distribution system peaks and some where there aren't, right? That's where that distribution payment is kind of getting factored in. So yeah, I think once we understand how they operate, I think we'll be better able to account for that in our forecasting process.
Switching to a different topic now, I'd like to ask a few questions on the hosting capacity analysis, or HCA. Mr. Schlesinger covered a lot of the ground I was planning to cover here, but I still have a few questions for you.
Sure.
So at a high level, hosting capacity analyses are important to help accelerate DER integration onto the grid, right?
Yeah, it's just one of the tools that we offer to help facilitate that, yes.
And I believe I discussed this with Ms. McDermott yesterday, but they can help provide insight as to how much load or generation can be added at a certain location on the distribution system without triggering major capacity upgrades, right?
Upgrades in general, yeah. Generally, that's right, yeah.
And currently, as you discussed with Mr. Schlesinger, the company updates the HCA results annually, right?
Yeah, as we're working on implementing improved tools to allow for more frequent updates, yes.
And you also discussed with Mr. Schlesinger that the data cutoff date for the current generation HCA was in January 2024, approximately 20 months ago, right?
Yeah, I believe so, yep.
And do you believe that data that is 20 months out of date is likely of any value to developers or other data users?
Like I mentioned to Mr. Schlesinger, I think parts that haven't changed, that information is still relevant. And there are large parts of the system that do not change on an annual basis, depending on the amount of growth we're seeing for load and DERs. Other areas where we have seen change, and yeah, I think that information is less useful, but still can provide some indicative, guidelines in terms of what the system can handle at that location.
And you agreed in your rebuttal testimony that more frequent updates to the HCA maps will make them more useful, right?
That's right.
And you agreed that monthly updates should be and are the goal for the company, right?
We're working towards that. We want to get the quarterly first and get that process under our belt, and then move to monthly once we have the automation and the quality assurance is in place to do so.
But you disagree that the commission should require monthly updates by a date certain, right?
Yes, and that's because the tools to roll this out are inherently very complex, and the amount of data inputs and making sure our models are working not just for Colorado, but for all our operating companies has been a complex undertaking. So to set a deadline in there that may not align with the rollout of this tool is just going to set us up for future failure. So that's part of why I push back on that. We do want to get to this more frequent update. We realize the benefits of it for stakeholders. But it's a very complex tool that's been challenging to roll out. We're almost there, but it's been taking longer than we had originally anticipated.
Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 103 attachment ZDP-1, which is the distribution system plan? And could we please scroll to page 32? If you could look in that first column, Mr. Mino, which is near-term actions, right?
Yep.
And if we look under the customer experience, that first bucket, the last bullet is implement monthly HCA, right?
Yes.
And near-term is defined as 2025, right?
That's correct.
Could we please scroll to page 45? And here in table 2, similar table, right? It's focused on the hosting capacity roadmap. And if we look at the midterm column in the hosting capacity row, it says implement monthly HCA in the first bullet, right?
Yes.
Can you help me understand this differentiation?
Yeah, I think it kind of alludes to what I was talking about before. I think we want to get quarterly under our belt. When we had originally were working on this plan, in mid 2024, the SIME rollout was supposed to be completed in beginning of Q2, I believe, of 2025, in which case, we felt pretty good about committing to that. The rollout is a few months delayed. So I think, that was part of the discrepancy there. I'm not sure if that answers your question or not, if you were referring to something else.
No, just the different timing in different places of the distribution system.
Yeah, the monthly one and the previous one may have been an error we didn't catch for a correction. I think what we were shooting for here was the quarterly initially and the monthly after. I don't think we caught that previously, so.
So picking up on your comment earlier about the different operating companies within Xcel Energy. Xcel Energy is working to implement monthly generation HCA updates in Northern State Power Company's Minnesota service territory, right?
Correct.
And those monthly updates were expected to begin this summer 2025, right?
Correct.
Did those monthly updates begin this summer?
They're trying. I don't know. I think they're a little delayed. I think the first month was they're only able to conduct 7% of the feeders, and I think it took more than a month to do. So I think they're probably still more closer to that quarterly cadence, but I know they are working to implement the monthly at this point.
And once
And sorry, I was gonna say that
go.
goes back to the modeling challenges we've been facing with getting SIME stood up and the automation steps in place to make this feasible.
And once there have been 3 successful monthly updates in Minnesota, the company intends to begin working towards monthly updates in Colorado, right?
Yeah, I think, like I said, quarterly to begin with, and then once we kind of get those under our belt, we want to move to monthly as quickly as possible.
And when do you expect that the company will begin working towards monthly updates in Colorado?
I think that's going to happen next year. I mean, we're really close to getting SIME rolled out. So I think in 2026, I don't know exactly when, I'd have to check with my modeling counterparts, but I would anticipate sometime in 2026, we can start getting more frequent updates and having confidence in that automation that we're building out right now.
And when you say more frequent updates, can you clarify what frequency you're referring to?
Yeah, the goal is to get to monthly as quickly as possible. I think there may be some quarterly publications just to kind of get that process under our belt and then shifting to monthly. But I think I don't have the specifics in terms of that roadmap from the modeling team. I'd have to double check on the nuances there. But yeah, I would expect next year we would get at a minimum quarterly, if not monthly updates.
Do you agree that up-to-date HCA maps can benefit developers by allowing them to more accurately identify locations with sufficient capacity before devoting resources to site development activities?
I think it's one way. There's our pre-application data request process that gives them more information, more nuanced information than the host capacity map can conduct or provide. But it's one way that they can use some initial understandings of the system to better site their projects.
Right. And if they're using HCA maps that aren't updated, they could waste resources and time on site control, right?
I mean, in our disclaimer, I think we kind of indicate that this is an initial indication, even if it is updated more frequently, and that it doesn't replace the need for more detailed study and consideration. I mean, a host capacity analysis is a feeder by feeder analysis. It does not take into account anything within the substation. It doesn't indicate anything that, any other impacts from other feeders served by the same transformer. So there's several, and it doesn't take into account other technologies. It's mainly meant for solar PV is the primary use case for it. So it's meant to be a helpful initial indication. It's not a kind of a catch-all for, preventing developers from sinking money into a project that, may have interconnection challenges.
Right. Related to the AVPP, customers and aggregators could rely on an HCA map to identify areas where additional DERs could be deployed and included in an aggregation, right?
I think it depends on how we roll out what Mr. Pollack was referring to for the AVPP offering in terms of how we kind of share the information. But I think host capacity maps could be somewhat helpful in that regard. But yeah, I think it depends on how that the AVPP program gets rolled out and how we share that information.
Okay, so as customers seek to deploy new DERs, that could be part of an AVPP. They would likely consult an HCA map to ensure that the new DER deployment, for example, a EV fleet location, could be accommodated.
I think that's one way. We work with fleet customers all the time to look at locations where they can site their fleet, and we look at if there's different charging windows that they could use to avoid system upgrades. So, I mean, there's other ways that they can get that information, but the host capacity map could be one of those.
And HCA maps and data are also useful in planning and proposing solutions to non-wires alternative solicitations or targeted demand area programs, right?
Again, that's one way. I mean, in our phase 2 RFP from the last DSP, we provided specific, polygons on where the specific feeders that we're trying to resolve risk on were located and how those customers overlapped with that. So we provide a lot more granular data for the RFP process than than the host capacity map entails.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Mino. Those are all of my questions for you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Judkins. CEO, I have 20 minutes and we got a hard stop at 5.
Understood, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. Mr. Mino, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if we've met, but for the record, my name is Jackie Colicchio and I'm representing CEO in this proceeding.
Nice to meet you, Ms. Colicchio.
Pleasure, sir. I have 2 categories of questions for you today, Mr. Mino, and the first one really starts with some of the modeling.
Okay.
Ms. Crane, can we please pull up hearing exhibit 409 from CEO's box?
Yep, just having some trouble opening batch season.
No problem. And while Ms. Crane is getting that up, just for the record as well, these are 2 discovery questions as one exhibit. I know our normal practice is to separate them out as separate exhibits, but they were short. If the commission would prefer, I'm happy to separate them later when I seek admission of this exhibit.
It's okay. You can, whatever's most efficient.
Sure, it was tried, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Crane. Can we zoom in on that a little bit? I appreciate that. And if we can scroll to the end of this document, which I believe is page 5. Mr. Mino, just for the record, you agree that you're the sponsor of the answers to these questions for CEO's Discovery Set 6, correct?
Yes, assuming this is that question. Yep.
Yes, thank you, sir. And if we can scroll back to page 3, which shows question 61A. Thank you so much, Mr. Mino. I'll give you a second to refresh yourself. I can only imagine how much discovery you got to do for this proceeding, sir.
Just a few, yeah.
Just a few. Okay. And if you can let me know when you finish with the question.
For just A or for both
Just
of them?
A. Yep,
Okay.
just A. So then looking at the response, the company's response mentions that it will run multiple forecasts within LoadSeer for the next DSP. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what are those multiple forecasts, sir?
Yeah, so we intend to perform, we're still working through the details of the forecast here and assuming we're working on it for this forecast cycle, realizing that this may not be the forecast we use for the next DSP if it gets pushed to 2027, but we plan to produce the high adoption scenario, the state policy goal one, which would replace our base forecast, and would be the one that we plan to, as well as a lower trajectory scenario that would be more kind of business as usual to kind of offer up some sensitivities around adoption.
Thank you for that additional information, Mr. Mino. If we can scroll to page 5. Thank you. And actually, I'm so sorry, the top of the ending of page 4, just so Mr. Mino can see the question that I'm talking about a little further up, Ms. Crane, my apologies. If we can look at 6C, 62C there, Mr. Mino, the question, and then we'll scroll down for the response.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Crane, if we could scroll back down, thank you so much. And Mr. Mano, the company's response here states that it plans to run multiple forecast scenarios in the next DSP, with spatial allocation and risk identification occurring separately. Do you see that?
Yeah, so the risk analysis is done outside of LoadSeer.
Okay. And it also notes that only one scenario would go through the full process of developing mitigations. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So,
and I think I can kind of clarify what we meant there, if that's
Sure.
helpful. But if you want to ask your question, I can wait.
If you can clarify, that'd be great before I go into my next question.
Yeah, so I think we learned a lot from doing that supplemental analysis for this current case, where we were able to kind of evaluate the need for projects based on the new risk profile. So the thought being we would run the detailed mitigation process on the high forecast, and then we could verify if they're still valid for the other risk. But we're still trying to figure out the nuances there in terms of how we would conduct that.
No, thank you for that additional clarification, Mr. Mino. Will spatial allocation be completed for all scenarios the company runs for the next DSP?
Yes, that's our intent.
Great. And will risk identification occur for all scenarios the company runs for the next DSP?
Yes.
Great. Will a per feeder and per substation peak load forecast, such as was provided in here Exhibit 105, Attachment DCM 1C, also be provided for each scenario the company runs in its next DSP?
Can you remind me what the title of that attachment was? I had a lot of attachments in this case. Sorry.
That's totally okay. Ms. Grant, if we can pull that up, it's attachment DCM 1C to hearing exhibit 105.
Does that say confidential exhibit?
Just for the purposes of the title of the document to refresh Mr. Mino's recollection, if that,
Okay.
so long as the title is available.
Yeah, the title should do it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I believe when I checked that the title was available on it.
Okay. I'm assuming that's the peak forecast for feeders, banks, and substations.
I believe it is, but just for the
Okay.
record, let's clarify.
Sure. Okay. Yes, that's what I was thinking it was. Yeah, I think we could absolutely provide that for all of those scenarios that we generate in LoadSeer.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Mr. Mino. I'd like to move for admission of hearing exhibit 409, which were those two discovery questions that Mr. Mino and I just discussed.
If we could take down the confidential attachment, that would be great.
And Mr. Simpson, I'm sorry, I moved for the admission of that.
I have
of
no
the-
objections.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Mino, my last line of questions here are really following up from Commissioner Gilman's questions with Mr. Pollock yesterday. I believe he directed he directed some of them to you in his conversation. So were you listening during Commissioner Gilman's questions of Mr. Pollock yesterday?
I was.
And then he directed questions specifically related to residential solar and batteries impact on the forecast to you?
I remember vaguely. If you could refresh my memory at just the nuances of it, that'd be
Sure,
appreciated.
we will get there.
Okay.
In his response to a question related to CEO's answer testimony, Mr. Pollock said that the company's supplemental analysis included the residential solar and batteries that were inadvertently omitted. I would like to ask some questions related to that. Does that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Sure. If we can pull up hearing exhibit 109, attachment 4, the executable version would be great, Ms. Crane. Commissioner Gilman, it looks like we may have lost the chair, so you might be in the hot seat for a few minutes.
All right, nobody cause any trouble.
Thank you so much, Ms. Crane. And if we can zoom in on that, is this the executable version? I'm sorry. It doesn't look like
This
it.
is the executable version. Do you want to pull it up in Excel?
Yeah, solely so I can give you line numbers and column numbers for purposes of this conversation. I think it would be easier.
Okay, so that's gonna take me a couple minutes. Okay.
Okay, not a problem. Gonna try to keep this line short.
And this is Eric. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
So, Mr. Mendo, while Ms. Crane is pulling that up, we're going to be looking at the tab entitled Forecast Participation. And understanding that this was Mr. Pollock's attachment. It relates to the questions he had with Commissioner Gilman yesterday, sir. So just wanted to orient you to that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. And Ms. Crane, if it helps you, I'm going to need attachment 2, it's executable version next as well. So just wanted to flag that for you.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Just takes a couple minutes to find.
That's totally fine.
Sorry.
Recording in progress.
And then, sorry, what was that second one so I could get it ready?
Sure. So first was attachment 4 to hearing exhibit 109, and next was attachment 2 to hearing exhibit 109, both being the executable versions, solely so we could point Mr. Mino to the correct columns and rows.
Thank you so much. And if we can please go to the forecast participation tab. And go to row 54. Well, this is displaying super fun. That's okay. Mr. Mano, I hope you can see that. If we need to zoom in, sir, please let me know.
I can see it. Yep. The residential
Fantastic.
PV capacity. Yep.
Yep. And if we could go slide to horizontal just so he can see the rest of the row. Thank you so much. Mr. Mano, row 54 shows that no additional residential PV capacity was included in the load seer forecast from 2025 through 2029. Is that correct?
Yeah, we had an issue with the allocation and load seer for the so that was representing in the base forecast, but that issue was corrected for the supplemental analysis. So the residential PV was through 25 through 29 was corrected in that forecast.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mhm.
Can we look at row 73 in that same spreadsheet? Thank you so much. And if we can go across horizontally again as well. And Mr. Mino, row 73 shows that no residential battery capacity was included in the load tier forecast from 2025 through 2029. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe it extends beyond 29. I don't think we included it at all for that forecast.
Thank you. And was that corrected at all in any subsequent filings that you sponsored, sir, or that Mr. Pollock sponsored, to your knowledge?
I don't believe that was. We historically have seen those residential batteries either being backup generation for individual premises or, through that RBC program being dispatched based on bulk needs, not distribution needs. So we did not include that in either the base forecast or the supplemental analysis.
Understood, sir. Thank you. Ms. Crane, we actually don't need 109 now based on one of Mr. Mano's answers. So, I mean, the next attachment too. So thank you so much for getting it ready. So Mr. Mano, understanding that the company did not initially include residential solar capacity for 2025 and 2029 and additional residential battery capacity, are you aware that CEO asked Discovery about whether the underlying baseload forecast included additional batteries for 2024?
Maybe I'm not familiar with the question off the top of my head, but
It's okay. If we can pull up hearing exhibit 401, attachment KG6. This was attached to Ms. Gegner's direct testimony. Thank you so much. Mr. Mino, I'd like to call your attention to question subsection D. So if we can scroll down, please, so we can see the question.
I'm sorry, you said subpart D?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and in D, subpart D's answer, the company states that none of the 2024 installed batteries were included in the base load, correct?
Correct. I think it was based on 23 loading in that forecast. So that sounds accurate.
Understood, and no supplemental discovery response was provided to CEO altering this answer.
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you so much. So looking, I'd like to call your attention to your supplemental direct, and we may not need to pull it up. Mr. Mito, the company states that it is not amending or seeking to amend the plans or budgets it presented in its direct filing, correct?
That's correct.
And the capital budget from the company's direct filing is based on the on the base forecast. We talked about batteries too much. Is based on the base forecast, which excluded additional residential solar and battery capacity for 2024 through 2029. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I think I missed
Sure.
the first part a little bit.
That's okay. So the capital budget from the company's direct filing is based on the base forecast, which excluded additional residential solar and battery capacity for 2024 through 2029. Is that correct?
It's correct. And it was That's the fact, our supplemental analysis where we corrected that solar, I think that further confirmed and reinforced the need for our budget in our direct case.
Understood. So even after solar was added, after it was inadvertently left out, as you described earlier, that did not change any part of the capital budget for 2025 to 2029.
I think it had minimal impact overall based on the timing of the peaks of each individual feeder and bank and that not necessarily lining up with high solar radiance. So yeah.
Understood, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Please say
No,
that again.
you're good. You didn't cut me off. I'm good. Go for it.
Didn't mean to cut you off, sir. That's my
No worries.
last question. Thank you so
Okay.
much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Colicchio. I guess I'd like to start tomorrow morning at 9 with a confidential session with Mr. Mino. Can we just go around? It sounded like Commissioner Gilman, you had some questions for highly confidential. And if the parties could let me know where we're at with the confidential session, highly confidential.
I'm not so sure. I do have highly confidential, but I have that IREC at highly confidential. That was my.
Ms. Stanfield, can you remind us?
Yes, I believe, so I think I'm going to need to show exhibits and have conversations with Mr. Mino about confidential and highly confidential exhibits. And so I think at least a portion of my cross should be treated as highly confidential. Probably easier to just do it highly confidential instead of flipping back and forth, if that's okay. And then
how long do you think that would last?
I'm gonna guess less than 30 minutes. Well, I think my whole cross will probably take 30 to 45 minutes, maybe less. And then the confidential portion, maybe 20 minutes. I haven't done the math on that, so forgive me if I'm not entirely accurate, but.
All right, so let's start in highly confidential session. We'll start at 9 a.m. And we'll reconvene sometime around 9:30, 9:45 in public session. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Chair Blank. One thing I'm not sure how we want to order this, but certainly I may have highly confidential redirect and some of the other parties may also have highly confidential questions. So I'm happy to do it whenever makes the most sense, but I don't want us to have to go through the rigmarole more than once. So just wanted to raise that.
Yeah, so all right, so why don't we say we'll go on a highly confidential session at 9. For those who are not part of that, we'll come out at 9:45 or 10. That'll give you an opportunity for highly confidential redirect, and we'll have some posting that reflects where we're at. And I just ask, are there any other parties that have confidential or highly confidential requests of Mr. Mino? All right. Ms. Dundas?
Clarifying question.
Sure.
Apologies. Mr. Simpson referred earlier to, I think it was today or yesterday, about highly confidential for Marion. And I don't know if it's appropriate to ask this now, but I'm a little unclear on what the company believes is highly confidential. So I may end up needing to do that with Marion based on Simpson's comments earlier. My understanding is that what's considered highly confidential per the commission's order with respect to the hosting capacity maps is information about the specific locations and data associated with those, not just general conversations about the maps or security issues. But if there's some confusion about that, we should clear it up so we don't end up covering something that is confidential when it's.
Instead of trying to work this out in open hearing with everybody online, will you talk to Mr. Simpson and see if you can agree? If you need to get Ms. Dundas into it, that'd be great. If there's any unresolved issue, we'll start with that either in the highly confidential session or when we're back in public.
Sure, happy to. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Ms. Dundas, anything else before we break?
Really quick, Chair, just a reminder to the company to be prepared to assist a legal assistant with ensuring who's in the highly confidential session should be there.
We're
All
prepared.
right. With that, we'll adjourn till 9 a.m. Highly confidential session to 9:45 or 10. We'll update people. Ms. Stanfield and Mr. Simpson will work out the logistics of what else we need to do. With that, I'll see some at 9 and others at 9:45. Thanks all.
Take care.